Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of Chess 9LX Champions Showdown. My name is Fiona Stahl-Anthony. I'm here with Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer. And Hammer, we already have the game started. They have started.
Hikaru just made his first move, but we're having some technical difficulties. And the stream, the broadcast from this chess club in St. Louis actually broke down so some time ago. So this is all happening without us getting the opportunity to really study the starting position we have for what is a very exciting matchup, because Sam Sevian, he is last year's winner of this event, and he has just as many points as Hikaru so far.
Absolutely. As someone was saying in the chat while we were waiting to get a position, and just to be clear, the delay was not on our end. While we were waiting, I saw somebody say in the chat, and hello chat, good to see you again, that Sevian might be the strongest remaining opponent for Hikaru. So yeah, a big game, Hikaru with the white pieces. Yesterday, he won both games where he played with white. We didn't have time to look at the starting position, but there were no undefended pawns, I think. So what do you think the players are going to be gunning for here?
Well, I think the opening has already been a resounding success for Hikaru. He's managed to put his pawns in the center of the board without them really being challenged. Here, finally, Sam does put one of his pawns 2 steps forward. It's protected indirectly by his bishop. But if I'm Hikaru here, I'm tempted to just go pawn to c4 and say that, well, I can be very aggressive with my pawns, especially considering how you chose to be a little passive with the first 2 initial pawn moves.
Another thing I'm noticing is I feel like this could turn into something more of a, let's say, quote unquote, normal position. The white king is ready to castle kingside. The other rook is on a1 on its usual starting square. The knight is on f3, so there are more resemblances than usual, I feel.
Yeah. Well, one thing I find interesting are these bishops in the center of the board, because the bishop is a funny piece. It's a pretty good one, but it has a unique characteristic in that what counts is not where the bishop is located, but rather where it's pointing. So normally we want our pieces to be in the middle of the board because then they're pointing in towards the middle. But the bishops we often place towards the side of the board, hence we have the fianchetto maneuver. But the idea of putting the bishop on the side of the board is that then you can point in towards the center. And a bishop that's placed in the center, like here, is actually pointing out into the
No
side
man's
of the board.
land.
Yeah. So I think figuring out how to activate this bishop is going to be one of the main priorities for the players.
C3 looks like a natural square, right? Putting some pressure onto the black center.
Yeah, I agree. I like that. Also, I mean, we might point it in towards the black king. We could get up here.
Yeah.
So some good options for Hikaru. For Sam, not so much, because for him, these 2 options that we've been discussing for Hikaru, they're not available to him because he put his pawn on the c6 square.
Yeah, I have to say I'm a little bit surprised, and the fact that Sam is thinking now, I feel it's a bit of a cautious approach by him with the black pieces here. It's probably no disaster, but how do you continue development as black? And does white have a threat right now? No, not a concrete threat, right?
No, but actually, I disagree with your use of the word cautious. I would say the opposite. Cautious is trying to mimic your opponent's play and just play very calmly. But here, Sam is creating some interesting chances for himself. And I really like this knight to e6 move he had. He's trying to provoke Hikaru into pushing his pawn further up Afterwards, knight to f4, and then the queen can come forward, and there are some attacking chances here
Hmm.
against the white king.
Yeah, that is a good point. Although we still have knight e3 always in our back pocket to defend g2, but I take your point. Hikaru did not go for d5. He defended his pawn, brought his bishop out, also attacking the pawn on e5, which is why, wow, Sam now played f6.
Yeah, very interesting setup from Sevian. He's basically trying to bait Hikaru into pushing his pawn forward in the center, thereby releasing the pressure. And then he's going to try start an attack in towards this white king. Very, very double-edged.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised to see the computer think that black has basically equalized. To my human eye, this looks so good for white. We have more central control, we have more space, we have better development. So I'm perplexed by the computer's assessment of the
Yeah,
position.
no, I agree with you. And but Sam plays pawn to c5, which is also a really, really interesting move. Now Hikaru is kind of being punished for the fact that he no longer has any pawns that can control the d4 square. He's going to
Hmm.
have to make a choice between trading or pushing forward. Personally, I would trade, and that's what Hikaru did as well. But the chess engines actually liked pushing forward. The disadvantage of that, of course, is that black gets an incredibly well placed knight in the center of the board, protected by both these most advanced black pawns, threatening in towards the white knight. And if the white knight tries to move away, there's this move pawn to
Hmm.
b5, opening up new areas for attack and trying to start aiming at Hikaru's king.
It was
So
such a weird pawn structure, right? Almost like a stone wall, but on a different color complex.
yeah, and I think that's why Hikaru chose to make the
Mm.
trade. And this doesn't avoid that Sam will be able to get his knight to the d4 square. But the major difference here is that now Hikaru also has the opportunity to use the d5 square, as opposed to in that other variation where white didn't have that option because you had a pawn there instead.
I still don't understand. I mean, I'm looking at the engine lines. The computer says knight h4 is the only move for white to maintain an advantage. And I'm wondering, do I understand anything about chess? I mean, that's one of the last moves I would consider.
Well, I think one of the important things here is that if Hikaru tries to castle his king, then Sam can go knight to d4. He's threatening to do the trade between the knights, which will ruin the pawn formation in front of White's king. This will open up massively in front of the king. We don't really want that to happen.
Mm.
And well, obviously, if we take it, then this is very bad news with the pawn attacking both the bishop and the knight at the same time. And if you try to move your knight away, then the knight can continue forward with an attack
Mhm.
against the king and against the queen. And if the queen tries to protect both the knight and that square the knight used to do the fork, then bishop to h5. And this bishop, this is the bishop we talked about. How is
Yeah.
the bishop in the middle going to get into the game? Well, here, this is just a beautiful coordination for black, pointing in towards white's knight and white's queen. So I think it was very important here that Hikaru avoided this castling move. He went knight to d5 instead, and now knight to e7. So this is Sevian is saying, I'm happy to lose the right to castle, because if you take my knight, I'm gonna have to move my king, but now you don't have that very
Mhm.
strong piece in the center of the board anymore.
While he will himself plant a knight on d4 probably soon. Yeah, I have to say, I'm impressed by the way Sam has handled the opening. I probably wouldn't have made almost any of the moves he made, but now that you talked us through it, I can see how it makes sense. And yeah, I'm not sure what Hikaru does castle.
I'm
So
curious
if knight
what he's
d4,
planning.
yeah.
I guess now if knight to d4, Hikaru can actually capture this. Previously, that was not an option because of the double attack. But since Hikaru's managed to push his knight forward,
Mm-hmm.
there's no more double attack, and he can just retreat his bishop.
Mm-hmm. And how do we, I mean, is this pawn structure? I'm always a little worried when my opponent has a defended passed pawn, but I guess right now this is not a concern. The bishop can come to d3 and black cannot make use of that for now. Oh.
I mean, it's definitely a positive feature of the position for black, but then white has some benefits as well. Primarily that white can try and push some pawns aggressively forward over the next couple of moves. But having this pawn coming further forward, being well protected, potentially becoming a queen through the center and in the end game.
Hammer,
Um,
we just received some feedback from the chat to stop analyzing and predicting anything and just let the game play out.
oh, my bad. No,
Also,
this actually suits me very well because I'm a bit hoarse, and in
you
case no
are a
one's
little bit
noticed,
under the weather, yeah. But you are a
I'm happy
trooper.
to just sit here hanging out with you guys, watching some chess being played.
Make some popcorn or some tea in your in your case. By the way, in case you hadn't noticed, dear user, there are two boards on the stream. The big one under our cameras have the analysis, but if you want, you can mute the stream and just look at the little live board and you will see the action. How do you mess with the live board? Is that Sharon? Oh, that's Sharon.
Well, there's other people with big
Jaren
powers.
is just pointing out where the live board is, so feel free to watch there and mute the commentary. Um, so okay, Hikaru has castle and Sam is spending a bit of time. He captures on d5, which the computer is not the biggest fan of.
He gets a question mark for it, but this is still like a pretty evenly balanced position. What I will say is that he probably doesn't want to go knight to d4 because of what we analyzed, right? So after pawn takes back, if he now goes knight to d4, this could be a favorable circumstance for Hikaru,
Mhm.
who's controlling these two diagonals, which is rather useful. Instead, I believe that Sam is going to want to go knight to f4.
Mhm.
So Hikaru does recapture. And now I'm thinking knight to f4 is exciting. Number one, you're threatening a potential check on the king and on the queen. That's dangerous. You could potentially bring your own queen in, pointing down towards the white king. This is kind of scary. And knight to f4 indeed was played. Hikaru counters quickly with queen to e3, gets an exclam for that. And the reason he gets an exclam is actually that was the only move in which white is not just in big trouble. So he needed to come here. He needed to make some counter threats towards the c5 pawn. He needed to protect his own knight, and he needed to avoid the black knight pushing forward to that e2 square. So the queen is just a good defender in the middle right now.
On a side note, Hikaru, when he joined us yesterday, was talking about how the players pair up to look at the position beforehand. He was saying that usually Fabi and Levon work together. These two were playing in this round. They made a very quick draw. Their game is done. So Fabi continues leading on 3.5. But if Hikaru can get a win here, he will move to within half a point. So queen e3, as you're saying, was a crucial move to find. Now the black queen is tied down for now to the defense of the pawn on c5. It cannot come out to g4 immediately. So why not play bishop d6? Defend the pawn and
Yeah,
threaten to come out next.
bishop d6 makes a ton of sense. Um, yeah, I mean, I guess we would like to push this pawn knight away, but it's kind of scary how to make it happen. Because
Hmm.
if we try to push it away using our pawn, that is going to open up some area around our king where we could be a bit nervous about the black attacking. In fact, interestingly, one of the engine suggestions in this position is bishop to h5,
Crazy.
not moving the knight that was under attack. But the reasoning is that if the knight now is captured, the queen can come in, check on the king. There's only one legal move in the position. The king is going to have to hide in the corner, after which now the queen and bishop both pointing in towards the white knight, capturing that, giving a check. And in this situation, at the end of the variation, you can also capture a pawn for black to have that extra pawn and a winning position. So yeah, the Hikaru is gonna have to deal with this knight on f4 long term, and it's not gonna be easy.
One thing I'm happy to see is that Sam is spending some time here. And we see the players on camera right now. I don't think this is our usual camera. I think we're grabbing that they're probably looking at this game on the stream right now. But we can see that Hikaru is away from the board, which usually is a sign that he is feeling quite good. I think he probably knows that Queen e3 was an essential move to make. But now it's also not so easy for black. I was gonna say, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't play bishop e6 quite quickly, but he uses the other bishop to immediately come and put some pressure on the king side.
Yeah, and this makes a ton of sense to me. Bringing that bishop out to point in towards the knight, this resembles what we just studied, right? And if now pawn to g3, trying to kick the knight out, then black has the option of moving the queen in, allowing the knight to be captured, just like we saw previously. And here, while this queen to g4 move is still good, an even better one is just bishop takes knight. The queen is protecting the bishop is protecting the g2 square, and that's where the black queen is going to come in for the checkmate on the next move. So Hikaru is not in a position to chase the knight away from the f4 square right now. And instead, he chooses to move his bishop into the middle to reinforce the protection of the knight.
And Sam, who a few moves ago was happy to play with the king in the center when he played knight e7, now he decides the circumstances have changed. He is castling, and I don't know what to make of this position. I mean, black is close to finishing the development. I think bishop d6 will be the last natural move to be played. White has all the pieces out except for the rook, but I'm struggling a bit to come up with a plan for Hikaru.
Well, Hikaru is suffering from two things. Number one, his bishop is pointing in towards a black pawn protected by another black pawn. Well, frankly, protected by another black pawn. This pawn formation that black has going on is doing a tremendous job of stopping any sort of pressure from this c3 bishop. Number two, the bishop on e4 is nice and centrally placed right now, but it's prone to being attacked by the black pawn pushing forward in the future. And I gotta say, I'm really surprised by the chess engines. They're actually preferring Hikaru's position right now. But just looking at this, I feel like this is amazing for Black. Black has the most attacking piece. He's the only one to have a piece inside the opponent's half. He's got the path for the queen to join this attack. He's got those solid pawns defending each other up the board, neutralizing White's bishop on c3. And I genuinely don't understand how the chess engines could feel that this is okay for Hikaru, because it's looking mighty unpleasant.
I agree with you fully, but having the luxury of seeing the engine lines, there's actually only one move where the computer feels, wow, and Hikaru finds that move, knight h4. I was just gonna say, would you really do that? Put your knight to the edge of the board? But
Mm,
Hikaru does, and it was the top move.
yeah, a great move from Hikaru. But I think maybe he found it just because he couldn't figure out any alternatives, and then he kind of just stumbles upon what is a fantastic move. I was a bit hesitant to move the knight simply because this allows the bishop to increase its scope and now protect the knight as it comes in, checks the king. When the king moves out of the way, you can take the white bishop. And I kind of just assumed that such a position would be pretty nice for Black
Would
having
you?
the two bishops.
Yeah, I was gonna say, would you say that's because of your bishop pair bias?
Why? I'm not sure. Well, I'm biased towards good moves.
The thing is, you were just saying yourself, right, that our biggest problem piece was the bishop on c3, while the black knight was quite good.
I did say that,
Mhm.
but can you then explain why the engines are suggesting pawn recaptures, creating another pawn weakness for white on this side of the board? There's something going on here underneath the surface that I'm struggling to understand. And I think part of the problem here is actually the placement of Black's bishop. Because White right now has good control of this square f5. Black would love to go pawn to g6 to take that square under control. This could potentially become very, very good for Black, but there's an issue that after pawn to f3, white is threatening pawn to g4, after which the bishop is trapped on the edge of the board. And if black completes their plan of going pawn to f5, I was thinking maybe you can go pawn to g4 anyway with the attack against the bishop, and if the pawn captures the pawn, you open up here, and black has not gotten their rook or their bishop on the edge of the board into the game. And this could be a very promising attack for Hikaru, utilizing all his pieces while black remains undeveloped. So there's some very tricky stuff here with pawn f3 and pawn g4
Yeah.
that I think is turning this in Hikaru's favor.
I was wondering if another factor, especially in that line where you played knight e2 and knight takes c3, could the pawn on b7 become a big weakness if we bring our rooks to the b file? I mean, is black not gonna have trouble defending this point?
No, you can just
No?
push that pawn one
But
step
then do I
forward.
not have
And
d6? What happens after
well,
d6?
now you have that. But
Yeah,
obviously,
in
if you
general.
spend three moves getting both your rooks here, then I'm gonna have time to both get my bishop
Yeah.
into the game
Yeah, no, that's
and kind
fair
of
enough.
keep everything protected. So I
Hmm.
think it really revolves around this f5 square and how to utilize that.
Hmm.
And well, that's why Hikaru played this knight out on the edge, right? He's not playing the knight to the edge because he likes to have his pieces on the edges of the board. That's not how it works. But this is his method of getting to the f5 square. Sometimes you have to go to a bad square in order to move forward to a good one. And that's what Hikaru did here.
And Sam is really, really burning the clock right now, down to 7 minutes. I mean, what's he supposed to do? have we looked at F5, the top computer choice? What happens after?
Well, F5 makes a ton of sense because
Yeah.
Hikaru is very clearly trying to utilize this F5 square for himself. But by pushing the pawn up there, we extend the scope of the rook to include the F5 square. So this initially you think this is just amazing for black. But then you start looking at this bishop again. And how did we talk about this bishop? We said that it wasn't very good because black had such a good blockade with the 2 pawns, 3 pawns even, defending each other, working as a barrier for the bishop to ever get involved. But here, as the pawn advances, you gain control of the f5 square, but you lose control of the e5 square. And as the bishop retreats, Hikaru shifts his target towards the e5 square and the black pawn that resides there.
Do you think that's why Sam is spending so much time? Do you think he's considering F5, but weighing up the pros and cons?
Yeah, definitely.
Hmm.
No doubt. Okay, and he chooses he decides not to go for the pawn push. He comes in with the knight. This is what we were talking about, that this might be why Hikaru delayed moving the knight on the previous move, that he didn't want to allow this knight to come in and capture the bishop. And now you said, Fiona, earlier, right? That, well, weren't we saying how this bishop was Hikaru's worst piece? Well, we just got an illustration of how that could change in the very, very soon near future. So maybe Sam has considered that he needs to push his pawn up to f5, but if he does do that, he wants to avoid having this bishop point in towards the weaknesses that then arise.
It's interesting to me that the computer's top choice is exactly this move, F5 still. Of
But it
course,
makes
now.
perfect sense because he pushes f5 at a moment where he knows that he doesn't need to be concerned about the pawn on e5, which is the pawn that the pawn push f5 is now abandoning his pawn on the adjacent file. But he's happy to do that now because he knows he can take out the bishop afterwards.
So that's what you would do, right? Do you take first
Well,
on
no,
F3 or
yeah,
first on C3?
there's a lot of tricks here.
Yeah.
If knight takes bishop now, Hikaru might not recapture. He might decide that, no, I'd rather take your bishop than your knight. And frankly, rightly so. This looks kind of dangerous for black. Because when you move your knight back, this knight is only protected by one singular pawn. And if somewhere on aka Hikaru, were to attack that pawn, it could become an issue. Although here, then black can counterattack the bishop. Ooh, but you take the pawn anyway, because now you're threatening the knight. And so even if black takes the bishop, you take the knight. Yeah, no, this is still like, this is very tricky. Needs to be calculated. And well, considering that Sam has thought his way down to 5 minutes remaining, the position that needs calculation might not be his.
Sam always looks so calm. I look at him, I mean, as you say, he's down to 5 minutes, but he can always rely on those huge biceps. What's the plural of biceps? Biceps, these?
I think we established yesterday that my knowledge of the Latin language is not really fit for streaming.
Is biceps Latin?
This is probably just proving something.
Oh, bicep is singular. Biceps is already the plural. Okay. Okay, so he has these huge biceps. Anyway, if you're wondering, if you haven't seen the St. Louis cams, they are not actually that big. These are wide. I think they're
Hey,
called wide
shush, shush,
wide
shush.
lens.
No, let the guys enjoy their guns.
What I was gonna say, what worries me a little is that Hikaru is still thinking, and bishop f3, the computer informs us, is the only move which maintains an advantage. Let's look at some other retreats, like bishop c2. Why is that less good?
Yeah, so bishop to c2. I would assume you can just take the bishop. Isn't that the whole point why we moved this knight down here to begin with?
Mhm.
Sometimes it's nice having your pieces in enemy territory, but
L-
right now I am concerned about the safety
Look
of
at
this
that
knight.
move. Knight takes c3, and did you see the computer move? f3.
I don't think that's going to happen, if I'm
That's
honest.
insane.
But why would you not recapture? Okay, Hikaru's played bishop to f3. That was the
Mhm.
move he should play. He's attacking the black bishop and he's attacking the knight. Sam decides to make the trade of the bishops before using the knight to capture the other bishop. That's what we were talking about, that if you take the bishop immediately, then Hikaru might say, I don't want to take your knight, I'm going to take your bishop instead. Um, but Sam avoids that by making the bishop trade first. Then he goes for the knight captures bishop. And Hikaru's thinking about this because apparently he's considering giving himself voluntarily doubled pawns. And the chess engines are kind of loving Hikaru's situation, but I don't really understand why, if I'm honest.
I have been confused this entire game. Okay, goes queen takes.
Okay, actually, I understand something here. Now, Hikaru's threatening knight takes pawn. He has two attackers on that. And the thing here was that Sevian cannot both protect his pawn and protect the g5 square. And why is the g5 square so important? Well, let's illustrate that by just continuing like they played in the game. As the pawn pushes forward, knight to g5, this knight is now moving towards the e6 square, where it's going to be protected by a pawn. It's going to be inside enemy territory, but there's not a black pawn or bishop that can kick the knight away from this amazing outpost.
I am, for the first time in the game, having some clarity. I think it was really, really messy. But now with this outpost, I mean, that knight, you will never kick it out of e6 unless you're willing to give up. In exchange from e6, the knight is looking down at g7, where our queen is also pointing down. We have a protected passed pawn on d5, and we have a 4-minute time advantage. So I'm really loving this for Hikaru.
And what's interesting is the chess engine's recommended move is to go rook to f6. Potentially, the rook could move over here and attack in towards the white king. And then if Hikaru just continues his plan of establishing his knight inside enemy territory, Chess Engine says just take it and get this position
Wow.
where black has a bishop and a pawn
Hmm.
and trade for a rook. Okay, let's see what happened. Rook to f6 was played. The knight did establish itself. But Sevian doesn't want to give up a rook for a knight just yet.
Which I honestly I understand, because if you want to take the knight, is there really a rush to do so?
I suppose not. No.
Mhm.
I'm kind of liking this move pawn to f4 for Hikaru. I think pawn to f4 does a good job of blockading this bishop from pointing down towards our king. We also make sure that the black pawns are unable to continue pushing further forward.
Yeah,
Uh,
I really I feel bad. I mean, of course, I don't feel bad because I hope Hikaru wins, but I feel a bit bad for that bishop on b8, which is hasn't moved all game long and doesn't really have any great prospects.
Well, there is the d6 square that you've been going on about, and this
Yeah,
might be
but
the right moment.
it's not exactly a great prospect, isn't it?
Well, it's standing in the way of white's pawn, and it's giving protection to one of black's. It's not the worst thing in the world, but Hikaru
Mhm.
right now, he's planning this pawn to f3. I went one step too far with this pawn. Instead of trying to blockade the bishop pointing down on the white king, Hikaru is trying to get rid of the pawn on e4,
Mhm.
because by getting rid of that, he's going to have a clear path for his rook to control down the middle of the board.
What's just because I saw Truth in the chat was saying Fiona would play Rook H7. Truth knows me well. And then so did Sam. So Sam is now, he has a threat. He's attacking the pawn on H2. The bishop that I was just saying doesn't have great prospects. It is looking down in all fairness. But Hikaru, of course, has a few ways to stop that. And G3, as we can see, was the best. So Rook H6, it was a one-move threat. Can you really keep the attack going here? I mean,
I
doesn't
suppose you could
seem...
move the queen over.
Mhm.
Oh, no, you cannot move the queen over because then it's checkmate. You pointed this out, Fiona, that the knight and bishop are pointing towards the same area. And that means black's queen is actually unable to be an attacking piece because it has to do the defensive task of defending against a checkmate threat.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to if you have to do it the slow way, Queen F7, Rook E8, Rook E7, Queen H5, it feels like that's gonna take a little bit too much time. But on the other hand, what else? What
Sorry,
else?
I lost you there, Fiona.
If I go Queen F7, Rook E8, Rook E7
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
defend
something like this could
E7.
be good for black because then you have the rook taking over the defensive task, and then the
Mhm.
queen is free to attack the white king. And we see that this also turned out to be equalizing in the eyes of the eval bar. Obviously, Hikaru is going to do something more useful than moving the queen back and forth, but it showcases that black's position is not completely without its merits. and
One
and that's
problem. Mhm.
that's why Hikaru is now being so quick about challenging the black pawn on e4 because he knows there's a rush to create more threats to overwhelm black before black gets their defensive structure going.
One big problem, I think another reason why Hikaru has sped up is look at the time situation for Sam. He's under 2 minutes. His position is, it is objectively bad. It's not easy to play, but he's really going to have to speed up here. And he does go Queen E7, which is given the
Ooh, it's a
famous green
trick.
star. What
It's a
is the
trick.
trick?
I see a trick. Now, if pawn to f3, Sam is preparing to sacrifice the rook.
Oh my God.
This is why he's aiming the queen towards the h4 square. He wants to lure the king one step over so that it moves into the diagonal of the bishop. Then the queen can come in, check on the king. The queen cannot be captured because that would open up a check from the bishop. And the king has to move over. The queen comes in, protected by the bishop for a checkmate.
Wow. Sneaky Sam.
But Hikaru responds very well. Rook to e2. Is this protecting against the threat? I think it is. So if Sam now does like a nothing move on the left side, now Hikaru can go pawn to f3 because now the sacrifice that worked beautifully on the previous go, now this doesn't work because the rook has been able to join the defense along the second rank, keeping that king safe.
Very nice defensive move, and it's kind of an invisible. I think it's easy to miss that rook e2 actually defends against this idea, as the f pawn for now is still in the way. But yeah, it's now Sam's move, and he needs to come up with yet another way. I think queen e7 was quite crafty, but do you think he's a little discouraged that Hikaru played rook e2 so quickly?
Yeah, well, he's not going to have time to be discouraged very long, though. He's down to 38 seconds.
He's starting to look a bit more nervous as well. I think he needs to bring in the other rook somehow to defend g7.
Well, he would
because
love to go rook to f8 and bring this rook in. The problem is just if you go there, the knight can just capture it. So the knight is doing such a good job of restricting the black pieces, and Sam cannot find a move he's happy with.
Okay, so he goes rook e8. Who knows? Maybe he is still planning my idea from a few moves back of playing queen f7, rook e7, and getting the queen into the game. I still feel like the position is bad for him, but the only counterplay maybe lies on the light squares around the white king.
But how about this variation, Fiona? Pawn to f3, and after pawn takes pawn, rook takes. Now we're threatening the pawn on f5, and you maybe think that, well, queen f3, that was part of my plan, getting that queen over into an attacking position while simultaneously protecting the pawn. But then rook takes f5 is a great move, trying to lure the queen out, because then the knight, the beautiful knight, is protecting the square the queen uses for a checkmate.
Very nice tactical vision. Rook f5 is a really nice shot. So Hikaru, he has some tricks of his own. Do you think f3 will be played?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm certain of it. I'm surprised he hasn't already, frankly, because him getting that rook over here, it was all a preparation for challenging the pawn in the center of the board. So pawn to f3 has been Hikaru's plan for the last 4 moves, and now finally is the time to execute.
He has a very nice time cushion. I think he is thinking about f3 right now. I'm with you. I would be very surprised if we didn't see that. Just to answer, somebody in the chat was asking, can we take a look at Gary? We're always going to stick with Hikaru while he's still playing, but we will absolutely take a game at Gary after Hikaru is done. He is still playing, by the way, against Oparin.
And we are going to see Gary live in the final game today, because then Hikaru is going to be playing the legend himself.
Absolutely. That's a big one to look forward to. In the next round, Hikaru will play Leinier, so that's the remaining program for today. Leinier Dominguez and Gary Kasparov. I'm really surprised that he hasn't played f3 yet. What could possibly discourage him from going f3?
It's a good question. I don't have the answer for you. No, I genuinely I don't get it. I don't know.
It's hard to. Okay, what if we? And it's really, I mean, f3. Well, especially once you showed the trick with rook f5, it's so hard to look past that. But I'm trying to see what else. Does rook e1 and try to put pressure.
Yeah, with the idea of
e5.
what, playing f3 afterwards?
Yeah.
It's very difficult to find a plan that doesn't revolve around pushing this pawn forward.
Hmm.
I'm mystified by Hikaru right now.
Nick
Everything
Simon,
he's done.
yeah, was to prepare f3, right?
Yeah.
The increment is 10 seconds per move. Nick Simon is saying he's probably happy with f3, but looking at other options. The problem is that all his pieces are ready for f3. If you move any of the pieces, you're just gonna put them into worse positions. Okay, here we go. f3 is played, queen f7. Could
I'm
he
I'm
have
a bit
taken?
surprised there. Queen f7 was the engine's top choice. But I was wondering, why can't we just take this pawn in the center then? Because the queen can never move up here to do a double attack, because then we can get our queen in for the checkmate. However, this is Sam's idea. Sam would have sacrificed his rook against the knight, then the queen comes up. Then you're attacking both the rook and the pawn, and this becomes very scary for Hikaru. This is why he was spending so much time, Fiona. They both
This
had
makes
seen
sense.
this and trying to figure out how to get away from it. And Hikaru decides, I'm not going to capture the pawn in the middle right now. I'm going to move my king back so that I open up the rook's defenses along the second rank.
I can't believe we had to wait a full day. But not only did we get a convincing, however, we got a double one. Hammer,
was it
you
a
are
double?
so back.
Trademark, however, I'm not sure they would allow that.
Okay, Sam has captured on f3.
And Hikaru's taking back with the queen. I don't know why we're taking back with the queen. I really liked having the queen point towards the opponent's king.
Yeah,
Hikaru has an amazing knight inside his opponent's half, but he had an amazing knight and a 6-minute time advantage not too long ago. And now he has an amazing knight and a 1.5-minute time advantage.
I still feel like I see where you're going with this. Like in the last 3-4 minutes, nothing has happened that makes us feel better about the position than it was before. But it's the kind of position where, you know, I think Hikaru will hold on to his time edge, even if it gets a bit smaller. But it feels like it's just gonna be easier for White to make moves. The question is, yeah, how do you actually improve? Can I start targeting f5 somehow?
Yeah, you can move the rook over and attack here, which is what Hikaru did. But then Sevian defends. Okay, his queen is kind of weirdly placed now because the queen isn't really protecting his king. But at the same time, Sevian has been getting green stars for all his moves over the past 5 moves.
And
So
somebody in the chat was saying Sam is defending really well. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in a
like
way,
everything he's doing is getting the green star, which means that it was the best move according to the chess engine.
yeah, and I mean the position, and this is a problem that I've struggled with many a time over my playing career. The position looks good. I know it's good, but how do I continue? How do I capitalize?
Yeah, it looks like Hikaru is getting ready to go pawn to g4. That's kind of a risky move, but at the same time, he needs to break down this pawn barrier with the black pawns protecting each other. Ooh, and now Sevian is making another barrier on the other side.
So what happens if g4? Is it
I don't know, but I would be kind of scared to play it with not too much time remaining because that is going to be one of the key pawns defending our king, pushing forward.
And I think Sam, I could be wrong, but I think he's just gonna sit now. I don't see
Yeah.
what I don't think Sam can do anything proactive. I think he has gotten, you know, the best defensive setup that he could achieve, and he might just sit and play rook e8, rook e7, and say, "Show me the money." Let's try
Okay, no,
G4.
this is great from
Yeah,
Hikaru. He
gonna go
went pawn
B4.
A3. So if you go pawn to G4, you're opening up for potential attacks for this black queen, coordinating together with the bishop. But the black queen is actually completely stuck. It has nowhere to go. It's useless. So while the queen is unable to get over to this side of the board, because the white knight is making sure that all the squares the queen wants to utilize have been covered. And while the queen is offside here, Hikaru's going to start an attack on the other front. He's
That's what
starting
he
a second
does.
front.
One of the principles that you should know, the principle of what? Two weaknesses, two fronts? Are they the same thing? Not really, but okay, can we move on? Let's just pretend I didn't say anything. Sam plays bishop f8, and now how do you continue? I was wondering, do you take on c5? Do you play b5? And now how do you recapture for black? Sam down
Well,
to 10
you have to
seconds
take
again.
with a pawn, I would think. Okay, he takes with a bishop. Yeah, no, taking with the bishop makes sense because Hikaru is not really interested in trading off his amazing knight.
And now
And now
g4.
Hikaru pushes g4. We talked about this earlier, trying to push forward to weaken the pawn formation where black has everything protecting each other. He gets a question mark, but like I
It's
don't
gonna
think
be
that's a
so
significant
tough. I mean,
question mark.
seconds for Sam. He needs to make a move right now. He's gonna lose on time.
Yeah, Hikaru's gonna go queen d3 next and just increase this pressure.
He
Wow, the
made
pawn
his
just
move with
moves.
1 second, Hammer.
Wow. Uh,
Unbelievable.
how is this guy gonna survive?
Like actually survive, not have a heart attack, you mean? Or you mean the pawn
Yeah,
on
no,
f4?
yeah. No, G5, this is a great move from Hikaru because now Hikaru's making sure that the black pawn cannot push forward and defend its buddy. So now this pawn has been cut off from the rest of the army. And here, yeah, great move from Hikaru. He's centralizing the queen, protecting the knight, protecting this pawn, attacking this pawn. Everything's under attack right now. Double question mark for Sam, but frankly, there wasn't much he can do. Now Hikaru is going to sacrifice his queen. Beautiful, beautiful end to the game. Hikaru sacrifices his queen to win. Bishop to g7 attacks the queen, but then Hikaru can go rook takes and checkmate with the rook against the king. Very nice.
Very nice. You could also take the bishop first, right? If you wanted.
Yeah, his engine
There were
said that, but that was
many ways to do
too
it.
cool for me.
The
And
game is
Sevian has
over.
resigned. Yeah, Sevian has resigned. There's no
Phew.
defending against the queen and rook working together, pushing down towards the black king. And part of the issue here for Sevian was that his queen just got completely locked out of play on the edge of the board, and it was unable to defend the king.
Hammer, there is only one game still going. It is Gary Chess, so let's head over there. Elsewhere, we saw a lot of white wins. Wesley So beat Ray Robson, Sam Shankland beat Leinier Dominguez, and we already mentioned Aronian Caruana was a draw. What about Gary?
Gary is down a pawn, and there's more pawns gonna currently under attack. So it's not looking good for the 13th world champion. Um, yeah, no, it's not looking good at all. Okay, he pushes the pawn forward. Apparently, that was the best move, but now he's going to be 2 pawns down. In general, when you're defending, it's good to get rid of as many pawns as possible. So Gary was going to lose at minimum 1 pawn anyway. So he chooses to lose it in a way that kind of breaks up the harmony of White's pawns protecting each other, a so-called pawn chain. And he also manages to get an additional pawn traded off.
A4 is given a question mark. I'm really surprised by that. I thought it made perfect sense to start using the passed pawn.
Yeah.
I still think, yeah, that defending this with seconds, with under a minute on the clock, I just don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't see Gary defending this. He's down 2 pawns. His opponent has a very dangerous pawn that can be pushed up, trying to become a new queen. He can also go rook to e8, which will limit the options for the black king to get into the game. Okay, Oparin decides to just go for it. But in doing so, he has allowed the knight to come in, give a check on the king, and simultaneously attack one of the pawns. He
Maybe this is
may
not
come
so
to regret
clear.
that
Yeah.
decision.
Yeah. I mean, why is Oparin? He's thinking where to go with the king, but maybe there's also no good squares for the king. If you go to d2, I take on e4 with jack. If you go to c2, then the knight on e2 is unprotected, which is also not fun. What's happened? Why are we not getting moves? Hammer time.
Not my fault.
How long does this event last typically? Typically 3 days. It's a 10-player round robin, which means, did he actually lose on time?
No
Surely not.
way. They did have some internet issues in St. Louis earlier today. So maybe the issues came back.
We see Leonard there with his camera ready to capture some action.
Well,
But
I think
you
if
think they're
someone had
just
lost
playing
on
right now?
time, he would be pressing his camera button right now.
Yeah, like more.
More aggressively, yes. Okay,
Okay.
here's a video.
Oh, we have.
Uh, they moved quite a far ahead. I'm gonna try and recreate the current situation on the board. Uh, uh, Bear with me as. Oh gosh. Okay, is
I
this
think you got it,
vaguely
yeah? I think,
resembling?
yeah, I think
Yeah.
that is it, yeah.
Okay, so apparently King G4 is the only winning move. King E2 has been played.
And Gary has taken on b3.
Okay, you're gonna have to read out the moves for me. This pawn is 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. Oparin does push.
And knight b6. But it's crazy that Gary is suddenly up a pawn from an ending where he started 2 pawns down. Knight c7.
Gary now
And
got control of this pawn. The pawn does become a new queen, but immediately is captured, and the players agree to a draw in this situation because the 2 pawns will not be able to defeat the knight, but the knight will not be able to win against the pawns either. A knight on its own cannot give a checkmate.
what an impressive defense. We saw his defense yesterday in the last round. Was it against Ray Robson that we watched with Hikaru?
Yeah.
And we see another impressive hold by Gary here. Do not write him off. Very impressive stuff. So what does this mean for the standings? As we mentioned before, Fabi is the sole leader on 3.5. Maybe we can see how his game against Levon ended in a draw so quickly. And Hikaru is in joint second place on 3 points alongside Wesley. So.
Ooh, Fabi sacrificed a bishop to lure the king out into the open. And then the queen came in, check, check. And there was no way for the king to escape the checks. But the queen on its own was unable to give checkmate. So they went back and forth, back and forth.
What a weird game. Okay, let's check. Let's see how Wesley beat Robson to get to 3 points.
Wesley had an extra rook there at the end. I'm rewinding. Today was an interesting position because after pawn to d4, It seemed like the players didn't want to play symmetrically, because that would allow white to put some immediate pressure in towards the middle and bring the queen out into the game. And so people were trying different things. We saw Sevian try pawn to d6 against Hikaru. Here, Ray goes pawn to c5, allowing Wesley to take that charge in the center of the board. And I feel like maybe he shouldn't have done that, because Wesley had almost a winning advantage already from the opening as a result of getting this space advantage and making sure that this bishop was blocked in behind its own pawns.
Yeah, something went very wrong here for Ray right out of the opening. By the way, for anyone asking when is the next round, the positions will be revealed 13 minutes from now at past, and the games will start at 1/4 to half an hour from now, roughly. So let's see, how did Wesley convert this?
Yeah. So Ray was trying to bring the bishops into the game. Wesley just advancing his pawns very far up the board. Ooh, and they castled to opposite sides. There was a trade in the center, but after the trade, the knight was the protector of that black pawn. But the knight got taken out so that the white knight got an amazing placement in the center. But Wesley, Wesley is down a pawn. And frankly, the pawn on a5 is in trouble as well. So there's really stuff happening here all over the place. Wesley, 2 question mark moves in a row. Ooh, and Ray sacrificed his rook in order to get the coordination of his pieces. Now, if knight takes rook, pawn takes back, here these 4 black pawns in the middle of the board would actually be an amazing asset, despite Wesley having an extra rook. And so Wesley chooses, rather than taking the rook, he chooses to remain down 2 pawns with another one being captured. Wesley was down 3 pawns.
Unbelievable. Down 3 pawns, but up to 2 points in computer evaluation because, yeah, this pin.
The knight cannot move because then the queen is lost. The king has to come and try and help protect. And then, oh, just the rook shuffles over. The rook just shuffles over and everything collapses. Black does have impressive pawns in the center of the board, but Wesley's got those rooks working in towards the queen, towards the king. Ray does get rid of the queens here, but he's unable to deal with the power of these 2 rooks, and yeah, Wesley wins with that extra bishop in nice fashion. Ray tried sacrificing his rook for the bishop in order to get a pawn that had only 2 more squares to become a new queen, but Wesley had it under control and knew that that pawn was never really going to make it.
A nice win for Wesley, who is now on the same score as Hikaru. Behind them, there's a 1-point lead, a 1-point gap already between 3rd and 4th position. So the next game, I would say, for Hikaru is quite an important one. He will be playing with the black pieces against Leinier Dominguez. Leinier Dominguez, who is only on 1.5 so far. And who will Fabi? Fabi will play white against Wesley So. So this next round is a huge one. We could see a shakeup of the standings potentially. We are gonna go on a short break now. We will be back 10 minutes from now at the latest, at past at the latest, with the new position, and the games will start 1/4 to 25 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the Chess 9LX Champions Showdown. as you can see on the screen there, Hikaru is currently analyzing the new position which was drawn with none other than Gary Chess. Hikaru will be playing black against Leinier and Hammer. Tell me your first thoughts right off the bat about this position.
Unprotected pawn. Two of them, both on the edge of the board. Normally, when you have a bishop in the corner, you're going to have to move this pawn in order to activate the bishop. The question becomes, do you want to move this pawn one step or two steps? The same applies for white. And the knight in the corner. Normally, when the knight is in the corner, it has to move out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can expect the knights to go to these squares. Yeah, that's about it. I find these chess 960 positions very difficult. And Hikaru spoke about it yesterday about how you try to create some general rules. But then yeah, it's very tricky having some general rules for yourself, and then sometimes then there's an exception to the rule you made, and you might end up losing the game.
The guys are, by the way, looking at e4, e5.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm a fan of the symmetry in chess 960. So if my opponent pushes a pawn two steps forward, I'm gonna want to check out what happens if I do the same.
And I'm not sure. I feel like Gary played 2d4.
So he wants to bring out the queen early. And then if takes, queen takes. The queen out early, normally not something you advocate, but here there's the benefit of there's no knight that can attack the queen. And also the queen is attacking this pawn on the edge of the board.
If I'm not mistaken, I think they're moving so fast. They are now looking at e4, e5, knight g3, d5? No, that can't be right. What did he play then? There was some line. They're moving so fast, and now they're
Now
putting the
Hikaru put the
pieces.
knight on g6. Well, now Hikaru's trying some. Wait, what is Hikaru doing? Somehow Hikaru managed to push this pawn up to f5. I don't see how that's going to happen with the control white has there.
By the way, Jimmy is saying right on time to see the game against Kasparov. No, that will happen in the last game. I think for the next game, they will not be analyzing the position together because they'll be facing each other. So right now we are still in the 15 minutes ahead of the game, where the players can team up as they wish to analyze the starting position together. Hikaru will be playing black against Leinier Dominguez in this game, and then he'll play Gary in the last one. These guys, they are analyzing really damn fast.
You're having trouble keeping up.
Okay, let's see if they try something else. Gary, I think, was just pointing at b3, which you had mentioned already, but they are back to e4, e5, or e4, c5, maybe, Gary is suggesting.
Okay. Actually,
Or was it? I know it was
interestingly, this
d5,
loses
maybe.
instantly.
I think it was d5, sorry. I
Yeah,
think the
okay.
pawn. I think they were looking at d5, e5, and e6.
A French of sorts.
Yeah. And this is the position they are discussing right now.
I think if you want to play the French, why can't you just play e6 first and then pawn to d5? Because then at least you have the pawn protecting in case there's a trade. Wait, what is happening now?
e4, d5, d4.
Maybe d4 first. d4, d5, e4.
And then knight g3, g6. D takes E. I think they were.
Takes knight g3, trying to recapture with the knight instead of using the rook. That's interesting.
But there was something on H6, did they? Somehow they were
They
looking
played
at G6.
g6 and the bishop came out. Ooh, and that's actually kind of dangerous. The bishop comes out and the king is kind of trapped. That's very dangerous. I think they gave up on that because of. Okay, now they're back to e4, d5 takes, queen takes, but queen takes allows the queen to attack towards the a2 pawn.
And
I
then
have
I think
no idea what's going to happen in this game, right? Because it doesn't really feel like they're getting to any big conclusions. They're just looking at so many different things, but they haven't really focused on one. Odd. Are they both having the black pieces?
no. Gary is white against Sam Shankland.
Hmm. Yeah, because that means the task they have is also a bit different, right?
Yeah.
Hikaru wants to be looking at many different things to get an idea of the lay of the land, while Gary wants to focus on what Black could do. Although now that I think about it, they have been almost exclusively studying this pawn to e4 as White's first move. So Hikaru's getting a lot of different options against pawn to e4, and Gary knows that pawn to e4 is going to be a solid choice for him, having studied all of these different variations.
I have a feeling the game is gonna get very interesting, this one.
I mean,
Just
if
from what
Hikaru
we've
is liking
seen.
having his
Yeah.
queen out in the middle early on, that bodes well, I would say.
Hmm. And I think they're back again at looking at this advanced French,
Wow.
right?
Yeah. Oh,
It's
and
really
just
nice
as I
actually to see them. I think we got lucky. We hadn't seen them analyzed so far because we only have access to Hikaru's board cam. But I think by coincidence they sat down on the board that
well,
I think
if
Hikaru
that
was.
was a coincidence, maybe we should tell them to do that tomorrow so that it's a.
But maybe Hikaru doesn't know on which board he will be.
Oh, you don't think he always sits at the same board? Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah. Because otherwise we would have seen them yesterday, right?
Yeah.
We saw other
Okay, now
players.
they're looking at something else. Are they looking at c4 or b4?
It's so hard. I don't know why it's so hard from a distance to make out. Okay, they go back again. I think
It goes pretty quickly. No, now they're changing their mind again. Knight
now
g3 first, Gary now wants. He's
and
saying,
then
I want to do this anyway.
and Hikaru goes e5. Now d4. I've
No, I think they're doing
yeah.
e4.
No,
No,
I
now
think
they changed to
d4.
d4. Engine is not liking this because then black can push forward and get a space advantage. I'm amazed how much they've managed to cover in quite a short time. I was like, I was checking the clock and being like, they must be late for the game, but they actually still got another 4 minutes.
Yeah, they are covering a lot of ground. I'm trying to make out what's that piece on b4? Is that the white queen that somehow
I don't know how that happened.
yeah.
No, actually, I do know how that happened.
Ah.
Because the queen could potentially get out here. Then somehow it made its way over here. Okay, we're back to the start.
Yeah, it looks like Gary has changed his opening move away
Yeah, so
from 1e4 to knight g3.
yeah. And then pawn e5, pawn e4. Knight f6, Hikaru's offering. Okay, now they changed their mind again. Now they're going knight g3, e5, d4, e4. Then the knight is maybe a bit misplaced on this g3 square.
And back again to e4, d5, e5, and e6.
Which the computer really likes for white. In general, these chess engines really enjoy getting a space advantage, pushing your pawn into the opponent's half.
Yeah.
Especially when the opponent doesn't have the ability to put pressure in towards you. That's
What does the engine say is the best way to react to e4?
e5.
e5. Mm-hmm.
The weird thing is that they never even considered pawn to b4, as far as I could tell.
Even b3. I think maybe they very briefly played b3 at some point, but they haven't really looked at it as an opening.
Oh, apparently b3 is just a mistake, because then maybe
wow.
you can come here and give a check, something.
It's so wild how in Fisher Random as white you can literally be worse after the first move.
Yeah. It's crazy. No, actually, I'm starting to realize why they're not looking at this, because why would they push the pawn here when black can just try and control the center? And now Gary's going for this pawn to g6 again. So where are we? Knight g3, e5,
I think they're
d4.
gonna stop now.
We're
I
gonna start
always
the game
wonder,
soon.
do they,
Yeah, we're gonna start the game soon.
I wonder if they ever reach, I'm gonna ask Hikaru this today, like, do they reach any conclusions kind of when they wrap up their analysis, or do they just discuss and then make their own conclusions when they get to their board? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's personal preference, right? So I would assume that Gary could potentially like something that Hikaru doesn't like, and that's okay, but at least you discussed it and you have some idea what the opponent might think and do.
That's a good point. Let's switch to the game tab so we don't miss the opening moves. So we are waiting for the players, but the game should get on the way any moment now. So what do you think Leinier is gonna do? Do you think he's gonna go e4 or knight g3, one of these two moves we've seen mostly?
Yeah, I think e4 is very likely. And knight g3 you have to play at some moment anyway. I think to some degree the question is just what is white going to do after these initial moves.
I think we have the wrong camera. We saw a handshake there between Sam Sevian and Levon Aronian. Not the two players we were expecting to sit down at this board. How is Levon getting on, actually? Levon is on...
He was doing really poorly. He was on half a point out of 3 on day 1.
He drew against Fabi that quick game, so he's on 1. There are three players on 1. Levon Aronian, Ray Robson, and Gregorio Parin. Levon is very focused going into the tank right off the bat. He will be eager, I think, to win a game today. I think every chess player, when they play this kind of tournament, you're always chasing your first win. We have Hikaru on the camera now against Leinier, who's on 1.5.
Why do you always, I mean, I guess it's fine since you say Hikaru, but you always refer to Dominguez as Leinier. So do you have like some sort of a special relationship with him?
No, I don't know. Maybe just because Dominguez is longer, I think. I think I switch, but yeah, I think with him it's literally just for the shortness of the name. Okay, they are off. And Dominguez, what is he gonna open with? It's one E4.
Leinier goes for e4. And Hikaru does go d5. That's pretty wild. It's a very aggressive way of playing, allowing the opponent to grab that space advantage in the center of the board. So
So
this is a Hikaru who really wants to win this game, even with the black pieces.
that analyzes. Look at Hikaru. He's certainly looking at another game and he's looking very surprised. I'm just gonna check what did Gary play out of curiosity. Gary played one F4.
Did they even discuss that?
I think that is why Hikaru looked so surprised.
After all, after all of that, and he does something completely different.
That
That's
is
wild.
hilarious.
Gary hiding ideas, yeah, honestly. He had this F4 idea all along and just held back from Hikaru.
Or maybe he was just, doing Hikaru a favor because they spent at least half their time looking at this. Literally what we have on the board now, this E5, E6 is the one position I feel that we saw come back, the most.
And then Dominguez really didn't consider this in his analysis, clearly,
Yeah.
because he's tanking a lot of time right now, and I kind of like it because when you met with a surprise, you want to see if you can exploit it. Knight to f3. I don't think Hikaru and Gary considered that for even a second.
No, I don't recall seeing
And
that.
now, if takes, Hikaru can chase this rook with his knight. Oh my god! And if he does, his queen gets trapped.
Wait, but knight d7? Knight
Knight
e5.
d7, then knight to e5. And if the knight, well, if you don't capture the knight, you're just going to lose here with both the rook and knight pointing in towards it. So you have to take the white knight, but then you lose your own queen.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's wild. And Hikaru just goes pawn to e6 because this was what he was planning to do anyway, right? He was playing some kind of French defense.
Yeah, I guess if Leinier goes e5 now, we might get back into something that Hikaru at least considered during his prep time with Gary. Gary is another one. I always call him Gary just because it's shorter. So just to
Well, I thought you're.
clarify, I don't have any special relationships.
Well, I just thought that, like, from a language perspective, you're
Yeah.
supposed to vary what you call people as not to become monotone in your references. I don't know. I feel like in journalism, very often they will refer to someone as Magnus Carlsen, uh, the world champion. They will like have
Mm.
this different descriptions to kind of vary the language a bit.
Yeah, that's probably true. Maybe I'm just, doing the lazy, the lazy version, just whatever is whatever is shortest.
You got a way of doing it and you're sticking to it. You got to respect
Exactly.
that.
A woman of principle. Knight f6 is on the board. Will Leinier ever play 5
Well,
or not?
Hikaru is doing his best to provoke
Hmm.
the pawn push forward, and now the pawn push is more tempting as it would attack the black knight. And frankly, if this knight moves forward, it's only going to land itself in trouble. So it would probably go backwards in that situation. And then if you continue forward, putting your pawns in the middle of the board, Hikaru does have some ideas of trying to put pressure in towards the middle. using his pawns for
Mhm.
that task. But I mean, normally you don't have a king that could get exposed on the c file, though.
You know, chat is pointing out that Leinier is playing very slowly in the opening stage, and I mean he is a player who is known for quite often getting into time trouble, so that is a good sign at least. And Hikaru has already left the board.
Hikaru probably doesn't feel like there's any use to sitting at the board
Mm.
when there's 5 different good options for Dominguez, and there's no way Hikaru's going to guess which one of those 5 he's going to choose. So
Or maybe
Hikaru
he's
might
just
as
off
well.
to give Gary a talking to.
Well, the thing is, when everyone has the same starting position,
Mm.
you can actually gain something from checking out the other boards and seeing
Mm.
if someone had some idea that you hadn't thought of yourself.
I was actually thinking while the players were analyzing, I know it would be very bad etiquette, but I guess the rules can't prevent you. Let's say I'm Leinier. What's stopping me from just going to, listen to what Hikaru and Gary are discussing?
Yeah.
It's literally just an etiquette thing, right? You don't want to be that guy and risk not getting invited. But
Yeah, but at the same time, they are kind of loud guys, though. I bet you could sit at the adjacent board and hear them pretty clearly.
maybe that's why not Rob, Ray. Maybe that's why Ray prepares by himself. He just sits close at the closest board to his opponent and just makes some moves,
Yeah, I don't know. I
obviously.
think there's very limited benefit you can get from hearing others
Yeah.
thinking about a position like that. I
Hmm.
think it's also very important for you to kind of go with what you find natural.
Yeah,
Dominguez
absolutely. And
has
he did
pushed the
so.
pawn forward here.
And he is also turning around. Most likely there are some screens where he's looking, so he is also curious what have others done. I'm actually gonna see very quickly, but
I can't
nobody,
imagine anyone other than Hikaru doing
yeah,
this French pawn thing.
no, there is no position which resembles this one. Okay, so 97 and Leinier is thinking again. I would assume that he would make a quick follow-up move here because surely after e5 he had to expect knight d7 as the most logical response.
You make a good point. He does play pawn to d4 in the end, which makes a lot of sense, I think.
Hmm. But
But
now what
it's
about
just,
this g6? We had talked about the bishop maybe coming to h6.
yeah, I'm sure if it's a check, but is it really the end of the world if the king has to take one step forward? I was going to say I wouldn't think so, but the chess engine does think that's pretty bad. I don't really understand why, though. I guess here the king has to remain on the
Hmm.
right side of the board. And you can try to make some kind of attack over here. And then while you're trying to attack here, you'll just castle to the opposite side. And then you can start targeting the white king.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this king on c2. I feel if I can avoid it, maybe I would. This
Well,
is
I just want to say, I don't know
mm.
how I feel about the knight on h8 if you play pawn to g6.
That
I
is,
think this knight is
yeah.
very unhappy about your, yeah, laxness
My
in
my
considering
desire
its
to give a
future.
check.
Yeah,
You know what they say about Petzer's hammer?
the sees a check, gives a check.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's go back. Actually, Hikaru made a move and he played c5.
Guess a question mark for that. I think pawn takes here is very, very good. Because part of the idea here is that you in the future can get a nice placement for the knight or the bishop on the d4 square. But the question is, how do you deal with the immediate attack against your pawn? And if Hikaru can capture this pawn, he's going to be very happy. But I was thinking maybe we can do something like knight to d4, and we get that nice placement of the knight. Ooh,
But
but queen
queen
g5.
g5
Wow, there's a check.
with a double attack, the pawn on e5. Is that just gonna fall? I mean, there's only so
Fair
many moves
point.
that white can make here.
Yeah, white has to block with the
Mm.
rook, and then you can capture the pawn in the middle.
But
But apparently, this is a mistake. Pawn to h4 tries to lure the queen away from the pressure towards the king.
if
Now,
I go
if
to
queen
h6,
takes, the knight is
yeah, hanging.
undefended. So you want to keep this pressure, and then pawn to b4. Takes. Oh, and there's attacks also here to the other flank. Maybe this is some kind of very sneaky pawn sacrifice. But I guess that's what I'm trying to say is I think taking this pawn would have been a good idea, but you can't really do that without having considered how you're going to keep your pawn on f2 defended. And frankly, that was not a super easy task to accomplish. So Leinier goes queen d2. So I guess that takes care of the protection of the f2
Mhm.
pawn.
It's a weird position, right? Because I mean, in the French, c5 is such a typical move, but in the French, the king is not behind your pawn on c8.
Yeah, it's very important for Hikaru to get to
Yeah.
castle here. But on the other hand, he's not too far away from castling.
Only needs
Oh,
to get
wow.
the
I
queen
think
and
part of
bishop
the
out.
point behind this queen d2 move is that now Hikaru cannot go queen a5 and attack on the side of the
Mm.
board because that would just get captured. Hikaru wants to get the queen out because he wants to castle. He
So
plays
he
queen
goes queen
c7.
c7. Again, the computer does not like it.
But this seems fine to me.
So let's see why. So it wants to take on c5 now, which makes
Which
sense.
also makes sense because
Yeah.
we want to have access to this d4 square.
And b5 later on.
Well, I think primarily this square, maybe even for the bishop. And then Hikaru is going to recapture here with his bishop because he wants to castle.
Mm-hmm.
And then Leinier will go pawn to b3 because he wants to bring his bishop out.
Mm-hmm.
Hikaru is going to castle. And Leinier will bring the bishop. Yeah, I think this is fine for Hikaru. No?
Yeah.
Now the knight can come in and he's got a lot of pressure against the pawn in the center. This is the coordination of the pieces that
But I
Hikaru is
was
dreaming about right now.
so surprised that the computer did not like bishop d4 here at all, if you just rewind one move for white. Like bishop d4 looked so natural, and I'm confused that it was so bad.
Wow, one of the recommended moves is castling queenside.
And then we get a real fight with opposite sides castling.
Huh. Do we have more moves? B3 was played. Knight G6.
The accuracy is going down quickly in this game.
Yeah, Engine is hating the play from both players. Oh, actually, Hikaru's maybe just blundered a pawn. Knight to G5 is attacking two pawns at once. When Hikaru moved his knight out of the corner, that means the knight is no longer protecting the pawn on f7, which means this is actually kind of serious.
This is a big problem, actually.
And one of the major ideas here is that if pawn takes pawn, trying to win the pawn in the center, this knight to g5 move has also enabled white to get another pawn contributing in the defense of the center. And you're going to win this one back soon enough, and you're going to win one of these. So even though black is up a pawn right now, it's not going to stay that good for much longer.
You know, it's funny. In normal chess, the players would never miss, I feel, or very rarely miss a tactic like knight g5, which is just a simple double attack. But in chess 960, you have to watch out for so many different things that it's much easier to. I mean, there are pawns that are normally protected in normal, like usually f7 and h7 are both defended, you know, in the usual starting position. Leinier doesn't see it. I'm very relieved. I think knight g5 was a big problem. He castles. So I guess we stop knight g5, or what do? You just want to
Well,
go on the
I think
attack?
bishop e7 to castle, maybe.
Because
But
castling would defend. Castling would defend both pawns.
yeah.
Mm.
But at this point, like maybe b5, just start the attack. I kind of like this pawn to c4 is the chess engine's first move. I kind of like that also because you're just rushing up with your pawns against the opponent's king. And now Dominguez has committed his king. He can no longer escape over to this side of the board. Hikaru does go c4, and he gets an exclam for that. I
That's
like
what we
that
like
move.
to see. And we especially like it when it's followed by a quick question mark move. So bishop, but what was bishop even doing? Bishop c3.
Well, I think I think the main thing is that he wanted to avoid something like bishop here, check on the king. And if you block with the bishop, Hikaru has this trick, pawn to c3, attacking both the queen and the bishop. And if the queen comes in to capture the pawn, turns out the bishop cannot recapture the queen because of the pressure against the king. So maybe something like this, and therefore he put the bishop on c3 to block this pawn's ability to push even further forward. But Hikaru just says, well, now I'm going to try and get the other pawn forward and kick you out of your situation here.
But how is Hikaru gonna meet bishop a5? Is he gonna play knight b6?
Uh,
Because I'm worried if I move the queen, then I'm not gonna be able to castle.
we're going to find out, right? Because Dominguez has to stop. If pawn to b4 attacking the bishop, he's
Yeah,
done for.
I think he has already
So
played bishop
yeah,
a5.
he had to go bishop a5. And now if the queen moves, Hikaru is threatening pawn to b4 and the bishop would be trapped. There's a decent point to not putting the knight in between. Oh, although Hikaru has done that. But if he hadn't put the knight in between, then maybe he could trap the bishop in
I
some
don't know.
instance.
I really like black because I feel okay on the next move. If it were black to play again, I would play bishop a3 check. I would cancel kingside, and I would feel quite optimistic
I
about.
don't think you should castle kingside. I think you
Huh?
should no, because right now if you castle kingside, white can maybe start an attack, rushing their pawn on the flank. For now, I think the king is perfectly safe here. Because Hikaru, even though he has advanced his pawns pretty far up the board, this is a great pawn barrier that really prevents the white pieces from having any sort of influence on this side of the board. And for that reason, the king is pretty safe right now. I wouldn't castle queenside. I want to have the flexibility of moving the king over to the. Can we even call it the king side in chess 960?
I think so.
Well,
Right.
the king side is the side of the board that the king starts in, but in chess 960, the queen could easily be on the traditional king side of the board.
That
But
is
on this left side,
another fair point. Bishop b4 played by Leinier, offering up a bishop trade. How do we feel about that?
I mean, I think it seems logical. Hikaru has put a lot of his pieces on his pawns are on the light squares, and when all your pawns are on the light squares like this, you really need to have your dark squared bishop to protect the dark squares since the pawns are working on the light squares. So trying to trade off black's dark squared bishop makes a lot of sense. The problem is just that it may not, even though it's a strategically favorable trade, it's not going to stop Hikaru's attacking plans.
So how do you continue the attack after? So you want to take on b4 yourself, you say?
Yeah, I think so. Well, not necessarily. I don't know. Maybe I want to go h6.
h6. Hammer, I thought we were gonna do some attacking.
Yeah, well, it's not really my style though. It's Hikaru's
You
style.
promised me an attack.
Well, the thing is, h6, I'm preventing some knight move up here. Ooh, but I'm not preventing the other knight to go up here. Yeah, okay. There are some ideas with these knights to start targeting these kingside pawns. And we've completely abandoned this side of the board. So I'm a bit scared about the future of these guys. But I guess that's why Hikaru's just got to go all out for the attack.
I'm glad we're back on the same page. But how do we do that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so takes. I'm guessing queen takes here is not really a threat. Ooh, chess engine suggests queen 8 e7. I like
That's
that.
the least attacking move I've ever seen in my life.
What can I say? I like trading queens. Makes things a lot easier to understand. But also it's not just a queen trade, it's also about regaining control of the dark squares. Oh, apparently I'm supposed to recapture with the knight.
Yeah, I think after rook takes, there was a
Because then I have
problem.
castles. I cannot take with a rook because I need to have castles to get my king over here to protect.
What has Hikaru done?
But here Hikaru will be able to push his pawns further forward and thereby regain control of the dark squares here.
Which is fine, but is it enough? I mean, Hikaru was clearly indicating, right, I think with his opening that he wants to play for more. I doubt he's given. I mean, he could, of course, still play for more even in that endgame, but it's a
But bishop
small
e7
edge.
is kind of an improved version of what we were saying, Fiona. Because now if bishop takes, queen takes, and he gets that control of the dark squares without having to do the queen trade.
That's clever.
And
But
then
Leinier, of
king
course, doesn't
b1
have to capture king b1.
and Hikaru castles. Yeah, no, I think this is great for Hikaru. I think he executed this very well. This white bishop is completely unable to get into the game. This pawn is controlling the square the bishop desperately wants to use. Hikaru should not move this pawn unless it's a checkmate coming up. This bishop is useless, and he's gonna try continue his pawn advance now.
Rook c1, another miss.
Does miss not mean what I thought it meant? I thought you could only get a red X if you had a good option that was like good for you.
I think I thought only if you have a better option.
I thought the X means like you could have been winning the game, but it's still equal.
I think it just means you could have played a better move, but you didn't.
But then what's the difference between the X and the question mark?
Question mark is a mistake. So just because you don't play the best move doesn't mean your move is necessarily a mistake.
But someone in
That's
chat
how
is
I
saying
read it.
blunder, but blunder is the double question mark.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
I think even the computer's second or third choice can be a miss, but they are not necessarily, just because they are missed, they are not necessarily a mistake. Anyway, let's get back to the position. Rook c1 was played. Let's see why it's a miss. I mean, it seems like a pretty big miss, as Hikaru's advantage has gone up significantly.
Well, it's not really a miss. It's just that he's not he's not able to find a counter plan against what Hikaru's doing. But frankly, I think he was already kind of screwed here. Like he was never going to survive long term against the rooks pointing down here. So rook c1 getting that x, I thought was pretty strict because he's suffering and he has been suffering for quite some time.
You'll have to take that up with chess.com. Let's try and find the best move for Hikaru here.
Well,
Can we
Hikaru
do
wants
some
to.
attacking? I feel like the time is ripe for some attacking.
Yeah, Hikaru wants to take over control of the dark squares, and he's doing that with this rook to c8 move, because now he's threatening pawn to c3. So if Dominguez does a nothing move, pawn to c3, attacks the queen while also interrupting the defense between the queen and the bishop. And so now, basically, what's happening is Hikaru is trying to provoke Leinier into making the trade between the bishops, because then he can recapture with his queen and he will gain control of a very important dark square inside White's half. And with that control, he's going to use that to push even further forward.
I think the situation is very difficult, very, very difficult for Leinier, who's also down almost 4 minutes on the clock. And look at Hikaru, he looks so relaxed and confident. I think he got a dream position here. Play was far from perfect from both sides, but at the end of the day, it feels like Leinier just made worse, more bad moves than Hikaru, and now it's the time.
C3 is a good attempt though, because he's still trying to keep control of the dark squares. Knight to d7 from Hikaru. The idea is to control the a5 square. So he wants to go pawn to a5. He wants to kick the bishop and regain that control of the dark squares.
I think the question mark here we could ignore because the eval almost didn't change at all. I think sometimes they're just, when quick moves happen, the computer cannot completely keep up. Is it time now for a5?
Definitely.
Yes, it
But
is.
after pawn to a3. So Leinier managed to somehow blockade the position. If Leinier now hadn't castled earlier, he would probably be almost winning. If White just had the king on the other side of the board right now, this would be very, very good for White. But because the king is over here, Hikaru knows that he'll be able to open up here along the edge of the board at some point. And when he does that, the king is going to suffer because it's right in the middle of the action.
Honestly, I predict that Leinier is going to collapse quite quickly from here.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's just very, I mean, I'm
Well,
gonna
like,
open.
do you agree that in some kind of a miracle scenario where Dominguez manages to get his, well, let me do this.
Maybe it's not as easy as I'm already seeing that it's not as easy as I thought. I thought I'm just gonna open the whole queen side and
in some
everything will
kind
be
of
fine.
circumstance where the king manages to evacuate, I just feel like this is going to be very, very tricky. But there is the opportunity here for Hikaru to do a nice cannon.
Isn't that the triple stack or something?
It's Aliekin's cannon.
No, this I know, but don't they call
Oh,
it triple
the
stack
new terminology. Yeah, I'm
in young
unfamiliar.
lingo?
Hey, Hikaru's older than us.
Yeah, but he hangs out with the kids more than we do.
True.
I also think in English it
You're
is
the kids
Alekin.
chat, if you were wondering.
I think it's in English it's Alekin's gun, by the way. And I think we've had this discussion before. I think you said in Norwegian it's cannon, right?
Ah, my bad.
I think we had this. We discussed it before.
Okay, yeah, in Norwegian it's canon. I thought it was in English as well, but I guess I was wrong.
It happens to the best of us. Hammered, Leinier is down to 4 minutes. Isn't that a very, very serious problem here?
Yeah, it is. And he's desperately trying to figure out some way of getting his king out of there. Can I just do something, Fiona? Can I just get the king out? And then we'll see what the computer feels if the king was on the other side of the board.
Yeah, you're getting there.
Okay, so I said if the king was over
Yeah.
here, it would be winning for white. That may have turned out to be somewhat of an exaggeration, but it would be better for white.
What do you mean? You've never exaggerated once in your life.
Sometimes. Okay, but now since the king cannot miraculously teleport, this is, yeah, Fiona, you might get this right. It's might even be easy for Hikaru. Like, how is Leinier dealing with the queen just joining these rooks up the A file?
It's just not in time to coordinate his pieces, I see. Okay, what? Hmm. No, I just don't see a way to untangle for white.
Hikaru has this bishop that's being blocked by his own pawns in pretty much every diagonal. But the thing is, all his other pieces are so well placed, it doesn't matter that his bishop is so poor. And
Rook?
frankly, the engine has been suggesting some ideas for this bishop to get out on the other side and start pointing in towards the white king.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that f6 is actually the computer's second choice here. I guess with the idea that if white takes, you take with the knight and you bring the bishop to e8. Yeah.
Yeah, but this doesn't make sense to a human, I think.
Mm.
Because allowing the white rook to get an opening pointing towards the e6 square, like a human would never consider such a thing.
Now, I think Hikaru will continue playing on the queen side. Will he play queen a7?
Surely he goes queen a7.
Or
I
does he
don't see what
take on
else.
b4? If he takes on b4, Leinier has to recapture with the c pawn.
Yeah, but then if the knight manages to make its way to the c3 square, suddenly white is doing very
But
well again.
can I not play knight b6 and knight a4, or do I not gain anything? Ah, you're gonna stop
I
me.
control here, and then if I get the knight to
Yeah.
c3, I'm almost winning. Let me showcase if the knight gets to c3.
Mm.
Okay, it's not. Apparently, black is still winning. But this would be a really nice placement for the knight.
Mm. Let's see. We've
Okay,
had
so
some moves.
Hikaru does still do this. And he does bring the knight. And Leinier does not pull the bishop back. Instead, he goes rook a1. Hikaru could try pawn to c3. The idea is that if the queen captures, the knight comes in, attacks both the king and the queen. The problem is that the king can capture, and then you've given away a pawn for no good reason.
Yeah, I feel like in this position, unless he sees something concrete here, I feel there is no need for this.
I mean, we could move the bishop and then have this as a threat, but I suspect Dominguez is gonna be aware of our one move idea.
But maybe it's not so easy to stop c3. I like your suggestion, bishop e8. I mean, how does white, because the knight is not in time to go to e2 now, the white knight, so...
We go bishop d1, I guess, because then we can control this square that was gonna do a fork on our king and queen. Ooh, but then the engines are suggesting to move ahead. This is exciting.
Yeah.
Allowing that pawn to be captured by the queen, but we gave away the pawn so that there's no pawn on the c4 square, allowing the knight to jump in with a check. And then we can take this.
How? Wait, can you go back and how can we take if after
Well,
king d1?
if king moves back, then we can
Ah,
capture the pawn
okay.
because this is a check on the king. We're
Yeah.
also attacking the queen. And if the rook captures the knight to protect the queen, you can do that. And if I take the queen, you can recapture. But the problem is now my two rooks are pointing up against your one rook. And that's going to be me winning a rook, but also just attacking the king in a devastating way.
Very nice. Has Hikaru is thinking. So it's in the current position, right? That's c3.
No,
The
he
fact
needs
that...
to go bishop e8
Oh, bishop
first.
e8 first. Okay. But I feel
But
it's the first time that Hikaru has paused a bit. I feel like he blitzed out a lot of his recent moves. But this is the moment, right, where he needs to figure out a plan how to move forward. He might also be debating this pawn sacrifice with c3 immediately.
yeah, I mean it's giving away a pawn for no reason, but it also is gaining some access to this c4 square for the knight. And if the knight is captured, then you can recapture with this pawn so that you create another way for the second knight to get into the game and start attacking the king.
What about instead of knight c4, if we just go back one move? What if I play bishop e8 here?
Check on the king, king moves back.
And I was looking at knight a4.
Yeah, that makes sense because king goes up.
Now I...
Now rook c8 is very close to being checkmate in one move. Ooh, but rook to c2 takes care of that.
So close, yet so far. Yeah, that would spoil our fun a little bit. And
Hikaru's spending a lot of time here.
yeah.
But this is the moment for the breakthrough. It's a
I really
good thing
like your
spending
move.
time.
I really like your move, bishop e8, I have to say.
The problem Hikaru is having here is that he has too many tempting options. It's difficult to decide on which one is the best. He's got many good ones, but which one is the
Bishop
best?
e8, hammer the prophet.
Well, this is just a trap, though.
Yeah, but I like
But
traps.
you're the one who said that, it's a trap, but maybe it's a trap that black cannot white
Mm.
cannot really avoid. So the idea
Okay,
now is if Dominguez tries to attack in towards the black king, Hikaru will go pawn to c3, attacking both the king and the queen. The queen will have to take black's pawn, but then you step into the knight being able to give a check and attack both the king and the queen.
what happens if Leinier tries to run with the king? Run away from the danger zone.
Yeah, just
Yeah, all
assault.
the way.
Honestly, probably the best choice. Probably what he's gonna do, I would say. Yeah,
Because now this whole f6 doesn't make sense anymore if the king is running.
yeah, he just needs
Uh,
to get out of there.
But Leinier is getting very, very seriously low on time. A minute and a half now.
And
I just,
hopefully
when I
that
was,
means he's
hmm?
not going to be able to find the defense here. Because
Yeah,
chat is reporting Fabi is going to win, which means Hikaru
unfortunately.
needs this win to stay half a point away from Fabiano.
Another man who's in a winning position is Mr. Kasparov with his 1f4. We'll check that out once this game is over. But this is what I was thinking, when I said a few minutes back that I think Leinier will collapse quickly. What I meant is in these positions where you are under a lot of pressure, both on the board and on the clock, that's just what happens so often because to to survive, you need to find the best move almost in every position. And as the time takes down, that just at some point becomes near impossible.
I'm not convinced yet, Fiona,
Mm.
because I keep looking at the engine's suggestions, and it keeps suggesting this pawn to f6 move.
But then
And
again,
I
that's not
just don't think,
surprising, is it?
yeah, but
Right? I've always been the optimist.
sure, but I just think that this pawn to f6 seems to be a
Mm.
very important part of
Mm.
Hikaru's plan to win the game. Um, and yet I don't think it's a very human move whatsoever. I need to take a quick
Sure.
break, Fiona.
I was wondering about what Hammer said about f6. Is it a human move? Is it not a human move? I understand that, we're giving our opponents some concessions by playing um, f6. I'm still not completely sure what the idea even is behind f6. Earlier, it was clear that the idea was to bring the bishop to g6, but now with the king threatening to run to the king side, um, is the idea maybe just to blow the center open to play f6, and then if white ever captures on f6, we recapture with the pawn and e5. Anyway, I'm gonna stop rattling down lines since I can't make them on the board. Leinier is down to 30 seconds, by the way. And I think another problem for Leinier is that he doesn't have an active plan. I think what he should do is just run with the king towards safety on the king side. Okay, he goes for something else. Bishop d1 played. And I wonder, does bishop d1? No, it doesn't do anything. It stops the knight maybe from jumping
Now
to...
pawn to f6 actually makes sense. That's the point of Hikaru's queen to e7 move. He's doing this because he wants to have the queen to recapture so that he can target the d4 pawn.
Really? I was just saying, I thought after f6 we would take with the pawn to then play e5 next.
Well, wow, he sacrificed the pawn.
Fascinating.
Oh no,
And
it's not a
Leinier...
sacrifice because if Leinier takes, then the queen no longer protects this rook. Maybe this is why Hikaru went here. He wants to have the
Ah,
queen help out in an attack against the b4 pawn.
and rook c8 is a threat.
And if pawn takes back, then you can freely just capture the white rook.
Very nice. Really nice move by Hikaru c3. Let's go back to the live
So
position. Leinier has no time at all.
yeah, he just moved the queen in order to keep the protection of the rook, but this just allows Hikaru to keep building up the pressure. And now this guy is in trouble, this guy is in trouble. The whole queen side for Leinier is about to collapse.
I mean, a3 is hanging right now, but so is c3.
So pawn takes, the knight takes pawn, queen takes pawn, queen takes pawn. Something like this looks excellent for Hikaru. no need to wait. He's improved the positioning of all his pieces. He may now go and claim his prize.
And now, as you
he's doing
pointed
it.
out, queen b4. I mean, this is over, right? Hikaru is gonna go up a pawn.
Well, a pawn is not necessarily enough to win the game, right?
But he
So,
also has everything on the queen side, right? I mean, the king is on c1.
yeah,
Maybe
but
if the
that's what
king
I'm
was on
saying. That's what
g1,
I'm saying,
yeah.
right? It's not really
Mm,
about the pawn.
the
It's
pawn,
more
yeah.
about maybe this king, or maybe it's about the second pawn that could
Yeah,
be captured
I
soon.
think what I was trying to say is he keeps all his advantages, except he's also up a pawn now on top of everything he already
Yeah.
had.
And now it's game over. Hikaru just goes for the queen trade. Then the knight comes in, attacks the rook, attacks the bishop, and it's game over. Leinier is going to have to resign.
What a game! Hikaru is gonna move to 4 out of 5 before a crucial last game today against none other than Gary Kasparov. Actually, let's head over very quickly. Leinier has resigned to Gary to try and catch the final moments there.
Gary's playing against
Sam.
Sam here. Oh, that's a nice move. Pawn to a5, attacking the knight. Gary here is up by 2 pawns, and that is pretty big pawns as well. These pawns are ready to just push forward and become new queens.
Very nice. I mean, we can go back later to see how this happened. Um, but I'm much like Hikaru was saying, I'm always happy to see Gary do well. He's gonna move to 3 out of 5, which is very impressive to be on a plus score for a player who's been retired for so many years at this point.
He's going to catch Hikaru, who's had a tremendous tournament.
No, he's a
If he
point behind Hikaru.
Yeah, if he wins against Hikaru in the
If he
last one
wins.
today.
Yeah, that is,
I didn't finish my
yeah.
sentence, Miko.
I'm always too quick to jump the gun. Like, no, you're wrong.
Notice how Gary chose to put his rook on a dark square. That's so that the Sam's light squared bishop never can attack the rook. And he's making all the preparations to just push the pawn up now.
Saw chat. I saw someone had mentioned earlier Levon lost his queen on move 4 is something insane. So we will check
What?
that out as well. He got his queen trapped, I think, on h6 or something. We'll see that. I think we should watch Gary convert this and
Well,
then we
for
can
what it's
see.
worth, Levon is still playing. So if he got his queen trapped on move 4, somehow that wasn't enough
I think he got
for his
some
opponent.
material for it, if I saw correctly. But yeah, we'll get to that. For now, Gary is running with his king towards the king side to lend some support to his passed pawns. And even though we have opposite color bishops on the board here with 2 extra pawns, and not just 2 extra pawns, but 2 connected passed pawns, the opposite color bishops are not gonna cut it here.
And Gary's just moving his king up. The king will protect the h5 square, and that's going to help the pawn advance beyond that square that currently is being controlled by Black's bishop.
I mean, all of Gary's pieces are working together so well. The rook on d8 defends the pawn on d3, the bishop on e5 protects the pawn on f4, and also helps shield the king in some lines. What do you do here? I would just go bishop f4.
I would go
You
d4.
would go d4.
I'm not too concerned that I'm
Yeah.
blocking the bishop's diagonal backwards, because I know I always have this rook that can go in behind.
I like that Gary has played both our moves, but you got yours first.
Black's counter plan of getting a new queen themselves is just not going to cut it because the rook will come in and just take out that pawn.
Oh, and
In the
Maria
meantime,
just subscribed. Good to see Maria in the chat. Welcome, welcome. You're
and
just
Shanklin
watching.
has
Oh, it's
resigned.
over. So let's look at the last remaining game. Ray Robson, just see. I think that's gonna be the first win of the tournament for Grigory Oparin. What is going on here?
Oparin has a bishop and a knight in trade for a pawn and a rook. The problem is that there's like a gazillion pawns that black could capture. And now it's a rook in trade for a bishop and a knight. And there's still a lot of pawns that are under attack.
Roy, I don't know why I keep calling him Roy or Rob, anything but his name. But yeah, Ray, down to 2 seconds. It's gonna be impossible to hold on here with that king.
I mean, I would just take this now, but okay, queen gives a check. King is gonna go here, I guess. King tries to hide in the corner. Can we go queen c5?
I like Queen C5.
Ooh, queen c5, rook takes bishop. Maybe rook takes bishop now as well.
Oh,
No, we're threatening checkmate.
but there was something. The bar jumped. What is this chance?
I think it's just a
Ray shows
repetition.
us. Yeah.
You can still get queen c5, but then rook takes bishop.
Maybe I called this one too soon. This one is not over yet.
Ooh,
Queen.
but he does get the threat here, so he needs to save his knight at some point. The problem is the knight can't actually go anywhere. So he's not really going to be able to save the knight long term anyway.
So can't I just play something like Rook E3?
Now you're letting the knight get away. But maybe you're thinking, I don't
Check.
know, just get the
Yes.
knight out, I would say.
So, okay, I'm shocked he didn't play Rook E8 check, but maybe he's threatening. Maybe the threat is stronger than the execution.
Here, maybe queen c5. Okay, rook just protecting, that makes a lot of sense. And now g6 just protecting.
G6 H5?
Okay, he's protecting the knight by also capturing another pawn. Ambitious, but if it works, it works. Queen c4 is going to hurt though. Queen c4 attacks the knight and creates some threats against the king. If the knight moves back, suddenly white is winning, opening up the attack against the king. The king has to move, and then suddenly white has a pawn, only one step away from becoming a new queen.
Did he not
Ray,
play?
queen c4,
Yeah,
yeah.
there he goes. Yeah, and this is a very tricky move to respond to. Okay, it makes
Ooh,
sense.
queen d6, double exclam.
Oh, wow.
Giving up the knight in order to get the queen to come over here to attack. Okay, now you can save this guy again, no?
You just go back?
Ooh,
No.
queen b4, that's nice. Save the guy and get the trade of queens you want. That's going to be the game. Good move. No more attack for white. The queens are coming off. The black pawns will start rushing forward.
Yeah,
And
Oparin really kept his cool impressively at the end of the game. There was still a fair few traps laid out by Ray Robson. But it looks like now, if the queens come off, black has just an overwhelming material advantage.
well, and black can take the queen whenever he so chooses. And he chooses not to.
Interesting. Maybe it's, if white doesn't take, I think what Oparin is saying is, I'm happy for you to take. Then I can take with the A pawn, then that pawn is no longer a weakness. And as long as you don't take my queen, maybe at some point I get some queen e1 check. Maybe there will be
Wait,
some
what is
danger.
this
But
sacrifice?
I think it's desperation, right?
He's actually got a reasonably dangerous pawn here. The knight is unable to get back to stop the pawn.
Yeah, you make a
Pawn to d6. Just push the pawn. The thing about this is that it's so easy for white to play because you just push the pawn and you hope for the best, and you leave it to your opponent to figure out whether they have a winning plan or not.
But why isn't he pushing his pawn?
I have no idea, but Ray really likes spending his time. I know from experience.
And now black needs to find a win here.
I don't see it. Okay, never mind. Okay, no, not never mind. You can try to get the king closer to the pawn, but then the queen will give a check. Ooh, he can get the queen on this diagonal and then go knight to f5.
Ah, and you stop the check, you stop d7, you stop everything. That's really nice.
So as long as I get the queen to this, and now I go here, right? Queen f1. Why not queen f1? Queen f1, king has to go up. You give check here. And if you go up, I give
then king
come
g6.
here.
Yeah, queen g6.
And if you go down, I give another check. I managed to get both the check and the diagonal at the same time. And then I can move the knight in. And now you cannot push your pawn because then you lose your queen. That was pretty clever.
Very, very nice.
I think he's gonna have to go back to that plan though.
But can't
Queen
he?
G2 here.
Yeah, queen g2 was. But this also works. Huh? Or what?
Wait, how does this work?
Wait, no. Yeah, no, actually, this doesn't work. Yeah, he has to find this one plan, right? Oh, can he not go queen e5 here? Couldn't he go queen e5?
Yeah, but he would still kind of be stuck with the same kind. It would be more effective if he got to this diagonal while also giving the checks.
But queen f2 now does the job again, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same position as they had earlier, right? You got to be a bit careful about not doing the same thing over and over. Oparin is really struggling with this. He does go for your move in the end. But he really could have given those checks before going on the diagonal. And now king f7 is an only move to win. He's never going to find that. King f7 is impossible to find. Okay, never mind.
So what, d7?
This looks terrifying.
It looks very scary. But okay, after d7, can't I just go?
Well, I guess your idea is that you attack the queen, right? You allow the pawn to queen, but you counterattack white's queen. But that's pretty wild. Knight f5 only move to win. And that's because you need to be able to prevent queen c8.
King b1, the only drawing move. How? Why?
I think it's because
you can go back
want
to
avoid you want to avoid that the queen comes back to a position where it controls the c7 square.
I still haven't understood why going to b1 is the key. Because now you get knight f5 again.
Yeah. And now the queen is controlling this square and the knight will come and control this square. So white needs to use one of these two squares for the queen. And black needs to control both of them. So
Will
you
he
need to have
swap
the
knight
queen
f5
controlling
this
here,
time?
and I think for sure he will find knight f5 for sure.
Knight f5 played. Looks like he will get there in the end, but this game was certainly not without adventures.
Oh, it's not over yet. Because he cannot go knight e7 because of queen here.
Also
So
queen e8,
he
no?
has to go knight d6. Now there's queen c7, and there's some pressure here and here.
Mm-hmm. Never.
This is why he should have gotten
Yeah.
his queen on the diagonal with the checks. He's made it very difficult for himself. I genuinely don't understand why this is winning. Yeah, I think what's about to happen is at some point, Oparin is going to go knight b5.
She always queen with check.
Yeah, but I take your queen. I take the queen that's giving the check.
Ah, of course.
Um, Can't really do that now though. But the problem is anytime you put the knight on b5, so white is going to go queen c8. And then somehow I think you're supposed to get this knight involved in an attack against the king. I just don't understand how you're supposed to do that. Like this, maybe. Okay, not that. So this is still super tricky.
These guys are single-handedly delaying the next and final round for today. The positions were supposed to come out 10 minutes from now, but I guess they will get a slightly longer break, I guess.
Okay, now he played the knight to b5 move, and Ray has to go queen c8. So Ray needs to use these two squares to keep protection of the queening square. Maybe now he can just go knight c6. Knight a7. Oh no, he cannot do this because then it's check.
What a crazy endgame.
I think it's going to be a draw.
I'm starting to get, but wait, now the knight comes in with a check, no?
You can see Ray is kind of hesitating
Yeah.
with where he's putting his king.
Okay, you have to surely go to a1, right?
And now this is where I suggested knight c3 earlier, but then queen e8 wins. The
And
point
to
is
get a
that
new queen with check.
black is threatening checkmate in like two different ways. But you go check, forcing the king here, so that when you get the new queen, you're also saying a check against the king. It's going to be a draw.
It's gonna be.
I genuinely don't understand how black is supposed to win this.
Yeah.
Like the computer keeps suggesting that it's winning, but it's never suggesting any method for improving the situation.
I'm curious now. We're very far from the 50 moves. So the pawn push happened on move 57.
Well, the next pawn push could be decisive if the pawn becomes a new queen.
I think if Ray wins this game somehow, or Powan's not gonna have a good evening.
Wow, now Ray is moving his king to a different square than the one he was using earlier.
Why is he doing that?
Well, maybe he saw something he was scared of and which Oparin didn't take advantage of. Is he moving his king out towards the middle of the board? They're also not too far away from having the same position occur multiple times.
Yeah, but that's impossible to claim, no?
It's not impossible to claim. You just stop the clock and call the arbiter.
That is true, but I mean, how do you? Because what happens if you're wrong? Your opponent gets an extra 2 minutes, which might be crucial. You also
Might be
have to
crucial,
claim,
might not matter at all.
but you
And
have
if
to claim
you
at exactly the right moment, right?
you have some kind of inner sense of
Mm.
this seems familiar.
But then why did he go to C1? Because with the king on C1, it's never gonna be the same position.
Oh, it could be.
Uh,
If he now goes king to b2, we've had several
yeah.
situations with the king on b2. Although Oparin was pretty clever. This position we've had before, but that's why he went with the queen to this e3 square.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wei is going back.
When did you say the last pawn move was?
57.
I
So we're only 20 moves in. Still a long way to go.
yeah, but it's relevant.
Yeah. And
It's
surely
genuinely relevant.
I would.
If no pawn move or capture is made within 50
Hmm.
moves, the game is declared a draw. And normally this would be silly when there are
It's not
so many
declared a
pawn
draw.
moves.
Ray would still have to claim it. So he would have to have had the presence of mind to look at the screen when he pushed D7, which I think there's a good chance he did do that. Wouldn't you
Well,
feel
you
if,
just need to have the presence of mind of claiming the draw as your opponent is about to.
yeah, to win?
Oh my
But
God, it's over. It's over. Queen c7, queen c6. He shouldn't have gone with
oh,
the king to c1. Oh, damn it, Ray. He got tricked. Very nice by Oparin, though. Oh, and he's not done. He got a knight under promotion. Now he's covering the c6 square, so no queen trade. But on the other hand, now the threat of getting a new queen has disappeared. Now the knight can return, knowing full
no,
well that
surely.
no more new queen is going to mess up
The
the
problem is
plans.
white doesn't even have any checks really. And the knight, how does the knight even get out? No,
The
the
knight
knight
is
doesn't get
stuck.
out. I guess queen a5.
Yeah, and then knight to d4, threatening checkmate. Should be the end of it.
Mm.
I don't know why we're doing this. Actually, this position here might be a draw. Yeah, this position is potentially a draw. The G and H pawn in a queen endgame is a draw in many situations. But
Which
there's a
is to me
question.
one of the most mind-blowing. Like I have heard this, but I can never wrap my head around it.
Yeah, I think we talked about this actually on commentary before. I had no idea, but I learned
Mm.
it from Victoria Schmelita,
Oh,
who
interesting.
knew she knew it during a game she had against Alexei Dreyev.
That's insane.
And she avoided capturing a pawn because she knew if she captured that pawn, it would be a draw.
Wow. Very impressive.
Yeah, no, I was very impressed.
Yeah.
And I have since, tried to share the wisdom.
This game. When did the game start, actually? They started at quarter. It's been going for an hour 15, I think.
I,
It's just
I've seen the longer games.
and 20 plus 10. I mean,
Oh,
maybe, but I mean,
even
there's
there,
not
yeah.
many that go longer than this.
In the World Blitz and Rapid Championships, there's always that one game that lasts, 120, 150 moves.
Yeah, but we're on move 90. Do you think this will be a 100 mover?
Yeah. No doubt. Because Ray is actually getting his knight out. Oh my god, he went into the draw.
Okay, but do you think Ray knows this? He
Ray
might have
knows.
heard.
Yeah, Ray knows. But apparently this is winning for black. But if the king had been over here, I think it's a draw.
Hammer, I'm really sorry. I just need to run to the bathroom for 1 minute.
Okay, now only winning move queen g4 to avoid the king moving over here. Now it's a draw. It's a draw.
I'll be back in a second.
The king got over here on this side of the board, and now the table base, which is like a database of known endgame situations, it is the answer. It's not a chess engine, it's just the answer to chess. And it's saying it's a draw. And the reason you cannot win, even though you're up by 2 pawns, is just that your king is exposed. So your opponent, no matter where you end up putting your king, you just get checked from so many different directions. In practical play, with only seconds on the clock, this is going to be super difficult for Ray. But he's in there with a chance.
Still a draw?
Yeah. There's 7 moves for Ray to make a draw. King here, queen
I think you just
here,
need to
king
scroll
here.
up on your browser.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I was scrolling down because I wanted to see the moves being suggested by this table-based thing. You can go on chess.com, and when it says moves, analysis, and then it also has something called table base, and it just gives you the answer. Apparently, this is still a draw, but black is making progress. The pawn is advancing.
Black
You
has
got
also built up some time, which might be helpful.
Yeah, Ray has got to be very careful that he avoids the trade of queens. Okay, and he needs to avoid this king making further progress. So here comes all the checks that we talked about. Queen c6 is a draw. Queen d3 is a draw. So Ray literally has 2 checks in the position, and both checks are a draw with correct play. Queen c2 is a draw. Queen e4 is a draw. Both
It's
the checks.
fascinating to me
Queen
how many
e8 also a
moves,
draw.
how many moves he has. Like, it feels like we're not close to the danger zone yet. I don't know if the danger zone happens later, but it feels like right now we can do pretty much whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like the opponent's pawn to g5, because now he doesn't have queen trade in some situations. And the reason, so if white had had a pawn here in the middle of the board, if white had an extra pawn, this would be easily winning for black, because then the white pawn would be standing in the queen's path when the queen is trying to make all these checks. Queen e8 only drawing move, but that's a fairly, oh, now it's winning. Now it's a draw. Queen g5 there was winning for some reason. It's too tricky to fully understand as a human.
I
But
think what is
it's still
going on,
fascinating.
I think Ray probably knows that this position is a draw. But to
Well,
find it with, under 20
it,
seconds at every turn is,
it's still so difficult.
yeah.
Apparently, King h8, h5 there was winning. This endgame is very tricky. One thing is knowing that it's supposed to be a draw, but actually making it happen during a game is very difficult.
There is only one move here, Queen C1.
Yeah, but that's also the only check in the position.
True. Finds it.
Now King G1 is the only drawing move, and that's not a check. That's a tricky one.
On the other hand, there are no checks.
Only winning move, Queen D5. What the? How is that the only winning move? What about Pawn H3? Pawn H3 makes a lot of sense. But then you
Threatening mate
start
in
getting
2.
these checks.
What's your prediction? How is this game gonna end?
Uh it's gonna be a win for a parent.
That's what I think too.
But I mean, this is gonna delay the next round by so much that
Yeah.
I don't know if my health is gonna survive this.
Oh dear. Yeah, but I don't know how it works, but I guess the players need to have a certain amount of time before the next position is revealed. And I would guess it's either 10 or 15 minutes,
It's not gonna be 15,
maybe 10.
maximum 10. Maybe give them 5 minutes to go to the bathroom and just put some water on their faces and let's go again, boys.
Have a little cry. We're yet to find out who's gonna have the cry, but one of them is gonna be mightily disappointed after this game.
Parman really taking his time here.
I mean, 1 hour
Oh, he
20.
fights it. That's a great move. And now H3. No. Apparently, you're supposed to go Queen D4. He's not going to find Queen D4. No chance. Yeah, he goes H3.
Now the only drawing move is the only checking move. I've learned from you, Hammer. Bless you. We lost a good man, Hammer. Hopefully he'll be okay. Hopefully he'll be feeling better tomorrow. But Ray did find Queen E8 check. And now the only 2 drawing moves are Queen E3 and Queen E7. Again, both are checks. So far, so good for Wei. I'm a little bit worried that he's not managing to build up his time. 2 drawing moves, Queen F8 or Queen H7 here. Okay. Surely at some point the path to draw has to become more narrow. 2 moves now, Queen E7 or Queen E8. I am learning that the key to drawing this is to give any check you can get. I'm not bullying. Don't trust chat, Hammer. Someone says that I'm bullying you, but I was literally saying that I hope you feel better by tomorrow. I would never
That's
dare bullying
optimistic.
Hammer.
Yeah. We're on move 120. This
It's
game is...
It's insane. I love that Sharon. What even is that game? You're better at games. Apparently it's called Subway Surfer. Is that actually Jaron playing? That's hilarious.
Queen B3, only drawing move. I guess he's going to go Queen F2. No, he finds it.
And now Queen C2 or Queen B7. Hammer, you really have taught me one thing about this. Just keep checking. Whenever there's a narrow path to the draw, the moves are always checks. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, go figure. He's actually surviving this, no?
I mean, this game could go on for so much longer as well.
No, actually, no, it cannot, Fiona,
No?
because now the pawns have nowhere to go. So now the pawns have made their advance. The pawns are not going to advance any further.
Why can't you not? Can you not find a way to shelter the king and push G3? If Black ever gets G3, is he winning then, or what?
I don't know. Ooh, King G3 loses the game. Checkmate.
Hasn't someone lost like this? This is ringing
Oh,
a
many
bell.
people have. Many people have. I got checkmated by Karyakin like this. It's very bad memories.
Like with literally like this kind with when you're material up and pressing for a win.
Technically I wasn't winning, but I was
Okay.
definitely okay. And then I went straight into a checkmate in 2 moves.
Chess is painful. I move 124.
When was the
I
last pawn move?
Oh, it can't have been that long ago.
Pawn h3, 113.
It was only 10 moves ago.
12 moves ago. We're gonna have to sit here for another 38.
I think this game is gonna take at least another 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, no. I don't know if that's technically possible.
If he gets
30
G3 in,
moves times 20 seconds per move. That's
that's 10 minutes.
yeah. And you said 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna call bullshit on that.
If he only needs to push G3, then
Yeah, true.
and then I call bullshit on you.
Oh, but then we're also witnessing a 200 move game, which is
Okay, let's see. I said this what at 8 minutes past. Let's see what happens. If I was a parent, I would be so frustrated right now. I mean,
but
remember,
he
I
did
think it
this to
was an
himself.
hour. It was an hour ago when I said a parent's gonna win his first game of the tournament. Like, that feels like it happened yesterday. That position with the 2 minor pieces against the
You
rook.
know how the chess.com system has been a bit poor, that if people just make a super long game, they get super high accuracy scores because so
Mhm.
many of their moves are correct towards the end.
Yeah.
Well, right now, despite this game lasting for 133 moves, their accuracy is below 80.
But you said that never happens. Nobody ever gets below
Yeah,
80.
there's things to suggest I was wrong.
Um,
How do you even keep track of whether something has happened 3 times?
I think that's very hard.
80 what? Yeah, that's the key question, troll. Since the username is troll, I suspect you were trying to bait me there, but still, good question. The thing about bait is that if it didn't work, people wouldn't be doing it. And I can tell you, I'll bite.
I will never get over when chat got me to actually ask, do you know who Ligma is? That was with you, right? That was during
Yeah.
candidates, I think. Uh.
Oh my god, he just took the pawn. It's over. It's over. Thank God. Thank God it's over. Oparin was so obsessed about avoiding all the checks, he forgot he also had to protect his pawns. Oh, good Lord.
Oh.
139 moves. I think my record is actually 138. No, it's
I
143. They didn't beat my record.
They didn't. Okay, Hammer, I think we deserve a break. I
I
know
need
we
a
didn't
break.
check how Levon lost his queen, but
It's
we
not
do that
happening.
another time.
Yeah.
Guys, I think we have around 10 minutes or so. We'll be back when the action returns. Gary, Kasparov, Hikaru will be playing with the white pieces against Gary. We can see him there analyzing not with Gary, his usual partner, but with Sam Shankland. Hammer, what do we have here?
Undefended pawn on the same diagonal as a bishop, which is interesting. And then the bishops are next to one another, maybe significant, and they can point together towards the queen side, the left side.
The left side of the board. The queen is on that side, but so is the king, actually.
Queen and king side. And also the knight in the corner again. So probably we're gonna have to go knight b3, right, to get that knight into the game, and that will also prevent any threats on the diagonal.
I see. I don't know how they started, but they've yanketoed the bishop to g2.
I guess they started f4.
Yeah. Okay, they are way too
How
far.
did they deal with this threat?
Okay, let's see. Let's try and catch it from the start.
Now they're
D4,
doing d4.
F5.
F5
C4,
makes the threat.
A5, I think, or B5, maybe it was.
Yeah, no, this is just very good for blacks as the engine.
Yeah.
Do you know, I checked out the game that Fabiano played against Wesley. Wesley got a question mark on move 1.
That's insane. Should we show it for 1 second?
No, I kind of want to follow the guys.
Okay.
Now they're doing pawn to c4. So I guess they're trying to block this diagonal. Ooh, and they're also trying to discourage the knight from getting out from the corner. Because now anytime the knight gets out, you can just keep pushing your pawn further.
And the knight has no better choice than to go back to a8.
But what then if c5, though? It's a good question.
What did they play now? F4, F5? B3?
They're doing f4, f5, c4, maybe?
I think B3.
Oh, this is really interesting. F4, F5, and then C4. But I don't know if it's what they looked at, but apparently this is a big mistake after pawn to B5.
I think they were looking at B3 and queen A3 somehow and attacked the pawn that way. I mean, first of all, yeah, B3 defending A2 and then queen A3.
The Fiona check strikes again.
Exactly.
You're very eager to get your queen out on the edge to grab these pawns on the side.
No, that's what I think they literally had this on the board, B3 and queen A3.
Yeah, it seems they moved on though.
Yeah.
They're very focused on things with the pawn on F4, which makes a lot of sense. You open up for the bishop to attack this pawn, and then if you take that, you can also trap the rook. So F4 makes perfect sense. And they're doing something F4, F5-ish. So the idea is that if white captures to trap the rook, then black can capture to trap the rook as well.
Moving on to F3, F6.
Okay, why do we only want to move this one step forward?
Sam had briefly, I think now the knight is on B3, but he wants to go D4 next, E4 next, sorry. And D5.
They're basically playing copycat right now.
Yeah.
Utilizing the same plan for both players.
Brutalix is asking, how long do they get till it starts? They get 15 minutes. I think 5 minutes are gone. Roughly, I think they'll start at 22.
Okay, they're restarting.
But
they're sticking with this F3, F6. Takes. That doesn't seem very impressive.
Such a weird position.
Okay, so now they're back to this here. You changed their minds again.
Now what? F4, F5. Back to where we started.
Wait, so after knight b3, they're doing b6. Because they're saying when this knight moves here, it makes sense using the pawn to blockade.
But as you were saying, when the knight is in the corner,
It's not really super nice to have that pawn on the b6 square because it really limits the options.
I like this new scene. Now we can actually see the board better. So they moved on to F4, F5,
b4.
B4, B5.
This is pretty cool. I like this. I think they're in a good direction now. I really like this, and I like that if Hikaru's got the white pieces. This is the kind of trickery that can get Gary
Yeah,
in
they both
trouble
have the
pretty
white
early on.
pieces. And now what? A4. A4, A6.
Yeah, apparently pawn takes a4 is good for black. It's a bit of a surprise. And then a5 says Hikaru. A5 is a great move because it limits the options for this knight. But in order to get here, they had to traverse a...
But now they are looking at B takes. Bishop
takes,
F7.
bishop back. And Hikaru's suggesting bishop a2, which is kind of weird. No, you're on the right track, guys. That was great. Oh, yeah, no, they're just repeating it. No, I like this. Okay, so now they're looking at knight to b6, and Sam immediately pushes a4.
And Hikaru says, I'll take that.
On c4.
An extra pawn.
Yeah, but now there's an extra pawn. Yeah, they're gonna have to give that up. Now Sam is trying knight to b3. This is good according to the engine.
You really like this F4, B4, right?
Yeah, no, I'm very happy with this. Okay, now they're doing some kind of bishop here, pointing towards some weak squares that the knight can exploit. But you moved a bit quick there, dudes. After g6, you can go bishop d4. You avoid all of this.
Oh.
It seems like they moved on, though. Oh, they're back to analyzing this that the engine liked on black's behalf. No, but this we were really happy about. This pawn to a5 move Hikaru suggested. This is very good for white.
But it's a bit
very
worrisome.
nicely.
They are looking at black playing A6 rather than taking on A4, right?
No, not necessarily, because if they believe that's the human intuition, that's also what Gary's going to do, right? So sometimes you make a mistake, but it doesn't really matter because you made the mistake in a human way. So your opponent is kind of going to do the same mistake.
I think in this game, one thing we can be sure of, I would be shocked if either Sam or Hikaru don't open with one F4.
Yeah. No, and they are looking very happy with this.
Mm.
Now they're looking at b6. Sam wants to go b4 anyway. I like that.
Mm.
Just advancing these pawns. Hikaru gave that up. He actually conceded after b6, b4. He was like, yeah, you're right. This is just good. Oh, they moved back to f4, f5. b4.
Knight
Knight to
b6, knight
b6.
b3.
Oh, this is the best analysis session we've seen so far this tournament. I think they came to some really good conclusions. And I'm really liking that both of them have the white pieces here because they found some nasty stuff that white can use to put a lot of pressure on the opponent.
Gonna be very interesting to see how the game unfolds. I think we can safely expect one f4. I mean, we didn't really look much at alternatives for black on move one.
Well, they did, right? They looked at pawn to
Yeah,
b6
they
and
did.
then they
Yeah,
really liked this pawn to
yeah,
b4
that's true.
because then you have this idea of just advancing the pawns, which is really cramping down this knight and the edge of the board.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think this was a good analysis session. We are now waiting for the games to start. Shouldn't be long. And Hikaru, it's a big game, as you were saying earlier. Gary, after winning the previous round, is only a point behind Hikaru. If
Yeah,
he
but
wins,
also
he will.
Hikaru's won 4 out of 5. He's
Yeah.
had a tremendous start to the tournament. His
Let
only problem is that Fabi has also won 4 out of 5, and one of them was against Hikaru.
Mm. But let's not forget, last year Hikaru's final score was 4 out of 9. So he has 4 games to. Well, I was gonna say to improve on that, but obviously Hikaru wants to win the tournament. Who is Fabi playing actually? Fabi is playing white against Sam Sevian.
That's a tough game for him. Sevian has proven himself in this
Yeah.
format.
It's so crazy actually that this round is delayed by 40 minutes.
Well, we know who to blame.
We certainly do. We certainly do. I feel a bit bad for Power. I mean, what a way to mess up that game.
You think he had a nice cry?
I think not now. Probably I think after such a long game, I don't think he's gonna cry. I think there's not enough at stake. I'm not saying players don't cry. I'm sure some do. I think some big names have admitted to it. Not admitted, but they have said that they have cried.
Admitted, you're making it sound like it's a bad
Yeah, no,
thing. Like
that's why I was
I've
correcting
cried
myself.
multiple
Yeah,
times.
yeah, yeah. But
I
what
haven't
I
wrecked any hotel rooms, but
that's why I
I've
that's why I said admit was not a good word. But I think in that moment when the game ends and it was such a long game, I think you're too in shock. And I think in general, I have also cried multiple times, but I've always managed to make it out of. I haven't always made it back to my room, but I've always made it out of the playing hall, at
yeah.
least.
Okay, Hikaru's sitting down at the board. It's the big one. The big ones against each other. It's Hikaru with the white pieces against none other than Gary Kasparov. How do you
Yeah,
pronounce Kasparov? Kasparov.
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 Yeah.
I never know how to pronounce the Russian names, but
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's the right way. I think it's just the way that I've heard more, but yeah. I think in Russian it's not pronounced the way that English
I'm
speakers
sure it
pronounce.
isn't.
Yeah. Anyway, we are ready. Gary, look at Gary's biceps.
He's a
It's
fit
even
old man.
yeah. It's even more impressive when you're wearing short sleeves. I mean, That looks like that shirt is about to pop. Okay, here we go.
I think Gary's gonna spend a lot of time in the opening. Hikaru's gonna put a lot of pressure from the start. Pawn to f4, pawn to f5, definite gonna happen, and then pawn to b4. I don't know if Gary will have considered this whatsoever. I think pawn to b4 is a great move.
Yeah, it was a great find by Sam and Hikaru. I'm very curious. I think one f4 will happen, and then we'll see. Does Gary go f5? And there is the handshake. They are off. And f4, as we predicted, f5, and here it comes, b4.
Oh, and he look at the body language. He immediately starts shaking his head. He had not considered this. And he gives Hikaru a little wry smile there, I thought.
That is incredible to see this reaction. You called it. You called it, Hammer. Gary did not expect. He was expecting f4, but he didn't expect the follow-up of b4.
So the idea now is that if the bishop captures on a2, the rook escapes with a counter threat on the bishop. And as the bishop retreats, white has that same opening of the diagonal. The difference being that the white bishop has succeeded in trapping the rook on the edge of the board. And now Gary's going to start thinking. And almost certainly what he's going to come up with is pawn to b5. I think he's going to go for the copycat strat. And it could work out for him because the move that Hikaru and Sam analyzed here was pawn to a4, which the computer actually considers a mistake
Because of b takes.
Because of pawn takes, and then Sam and Hikaru, they analyzed bishop takes, rook up, bishop moves. And the interesting thing here is the move pawn to e5, attacking the bishop, but also opening up an attack against the pawn. This could become a very spicy situation early on. And frankly, even if the chess engines prefer black, there's so many traps and stuff to watch out for that I don't even think this would be a bad thing for Hikaru if it were to happen.
You know, I am shocked that Gary gave so much away. Gary was always a very expressive player, but to immediately tell your opponent, I did not expect this whatsoever, and I didn't look at it, it's surprising to me.
Yeah. Well, they have some history. I guess he also was like, "Oh, I knew you were gonna surprise me somehow."
And Gary, I think your other prediction is coming true as well. He's gonna be spending a lot of time. He has already spent a lot of time. I mean, 2.5 minutes already on move 2 here. And ticking.
And Hikaru is showing some well, he probably went to go check out Sam's game to see if the same thing happened there.
The same, oh my God, and Ray Robson is also thinking in the same position. But f4, b4 is on the board, on every board, Hammer.
Oh, wow.
Every board.
Then how did this catch Gary by surprise if everyone was thinking the same thing?
I don't know. It's happened in every single game.
I bet you someone heard that what Sam and Hikaru were talking about, and they just copied them.
Are you saying they're not good enough to come up with it themselves?
Yeah. Okay, that's maybe a bit bolder than I was trying to be.
Wow. It's so crazy that Gary and Rob has Ray Ray has now reacted with b5 and Sam has gone for a4. Gary, under 16 minutes now. This is insane. I don't think I've seen someone spend this much time so early in the game.
But I mean, it makes sense though.
Yeah.
When the situation is unknown to you, it makes perfect sense to just take a lot of time and think about things.
And Hikaru, he was away from the board. He knows that Sam has also played a4. He goes for the same, which, as we have discussed, is not the computer's preferred move, but Hammer was just showing us that some very sharp stuff can happen here.
Hikaru, no, Gary is giving some disapproving faces of this move. But I think when he realizes the pawn to a6, pawn to a5 thing.
By the way, this is the live position right now between Sam Shankland and Ray Robson.
Yeah, because it's a very natural way of playing, but I really liked this concept that Hikaru was the one who came up with this pawn to a5. I really like it as a space gaining plan. To capture this pawn like the computer wants is very counterintuitive to a human because you always think that this pawn is going to be it's going to be a massive issue in the long term keeping that guy defended.
I'm super, super curious to see what Gary's move is going to be.
He's spending a lot of time here. I don't think he would spend this much time unless he considered capturing the pawn. Because if you kind of just think I'm just going to play traditionally, you go pawn to a6 pretty quickly.
There's a question in the chat, is knight b6 a thing here?
Knight to b6 is not a thing because that's going to just allow Hikaru to capture a pawn with the rook no longer having the option to capture back. So you need to address this, and pawn to a6 like Ray did is the most obvious way of doing it. But then Hikaru has the plan of pushing forward. I'm honestly surprised that the chess engine doesn't think this is super good for Hikaru. And now it's going to happen. Pawn to a6 was played by Gary, and Hikaru will go pawn to a5. Oh my gosh, they're getting a question mark for every move.
Gary's accuracy right now is 65.
Hikaru 72. I think the accuracy score has become overly harsh. No, I really like this. Look at what's happening. Fiona, I lost my voice, but
Hammer.
It's so good.
Gary is down to 66. It's just unbelievable. Hammer, they really did you dirty, Ray and Grigory.
Yeah, no, that was rough having such a long game. But
65 units of accuracy.
I feel redeemed. Thank you. Thank you. No, we're getting somewhere on the whole accuracy thing. But I'm really, oh my God. So the chess engines thought Hikaru was almost winning here, but the move it wanted was pawn to e4, which I'm now realizing is a crazy move because that pawn can just be captured. But the thing is, if you capture that, the queen can target here, the bishop can defend, and then pawn to g4. And apparently you're just winning something because you have this bishop threatening everything, and you're going to move the pawn up and you're going to threaten the knight, and if the knight moves you take something. That was actually a ridiculously difficult method.
Yeah.
So pawn to g3 instead. And Gary doesn't move his bishop into the center and attacks. That surprises me. That seemed very obvious to centralize your bishop. He goes bishop to g7, and now Hikaru can go bishop to g2. I don't even know why he's thinking. And Gary plays c6. That's such an ugly move. But I guess at least he's getting his knight out.
Yeah,
Now
I mean,
this opening has been a tremendous success for Hikaru.
do you think he's much better here?
Yeah, yeah. But sometimes when it feels like you're much better, it can be deceptive
Mm-hmm.
because you just assume you're doing really well, and then it turns out you're doing well, but not really well, and you overestimate your own chances. Knight
Meanwhile,
b3.
Jaren is really going wild with the layout. I like it. It's a bit trippy, but kind of fun. Okay, knight f3. And once again, the computer is advocating for your move bishop d5, which still looks logical, right? To bring that bishop out.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just wondering. He got a question mark. Pawn to d3 was by far the best move, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it makes sense because then you can try and push forward afterwards. And if bishop to d3, you would then you would be able to go pawn e4 and exploit this pressure.
Which you can't do with a knight on f3.
So they both castle and now d3. Yeah, so Hikaru is still going to be able to push this bishop around.
Mm-hmm.
No, I still like Hikaru's position. But it's been fascinating seeing how many question marks they've gotten in the first 10 game moves of a game.
It's also weird how they started off. I mean, Gary started off so slowly, and now these last 10 moves have somehow come. Look at Hikaru. I mean, he's got 19 minutes and 16 seconds with 12 moves in, and he hasn't even spent a minute,
Yeah.
which is wild.
I think he also just wants to use the clock to put
Mhm.
pressure on Gary. I think he realizes that Gary's uncomfortable and time scrambles, and he wants to maximize his chances to win just by being a bit cynical.
Do you think it's a good strategy here, or do you think he's maybe played a bit too quickly?
I think it's worked out fine. He
Yes,
hasn't played super accurately, but he's played well enough to get a win.
to get a win.
Well, potentially down the line.
I love new optimistic hammer. Are you sure you don't have a fever or something? Are you okay?
No, thank you for asking.
Okay, bishop b6. That is a move I did not see coming. What's that bishop doing there?
First time in the game, the engine actually favors black. And now Gary can move his knight back to attack the bishop and prepare pawn to e5.
I don't understand what the idea behind bishop
No,
b6 is at
it
all.
was a terrible move.
I mean, what's he gonna do after knight d7? Is he just gonna come back? Surely he will not take on c7.
No, for sure not. Knight d7, he's going to go bishop f2. Gary captures. What is going on in the world? Gary captures voluntarily a knight, giving away his bishop pair. Ooh, but then knight to d5 is attacking both a bishop and a pawn. Sorry, Gary, I should not have doubted you. He's a pawn grabber. He's just like me.
Kindred spirits. So okay, how do we react here?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're losing the pawn.
I'm
I
losing
don't,
the pawn, but I can see the eval bar likes white.
yeah,
So there
no,
must be
that's
some trickery that I'm not seeing or not understanding.
yeah, no, there must be some trickery, but for the moment, I think Gary's just happy to take a pawn. And Hikaru's gonna need to figure out the trickery. Pawn to c4 is part of the trickery, though. The bishop is lost. But now Hikaru's gonna go pawn c5 afterwards. Gary's gonna capture this one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he has to. He cannot let this guy live. And then Gary's going to be up by a pawn, but after pawn to c5, it attacks the rook. If the rook goes back, you make a trade between the pawns, opening up for the queen and bishop to coordinate against the same square. And you can just capture this, but oh, you can also bring the knight in to
This
try and
looks,
capture it in an even better way.
yeah, this looks very interesting. I like this.
So
And
maybe
if,
for this reason,
but
Gary
sorry,
should
just
not.
if we go back for a second after knight a5, what if black pushes c5?
If the pawn pushes, then I guess we go with the knight in. We're threatening the rook, and if the rook tries to counter threat the knight will be
Oh,
able to do an attack against
in
both
a
the king
long
and the
day,
queen.
yeah.
And the rook can save itself and control that square, but then Hikaru is able to capture the pawn he was targeting in
Mhm.
the first place.
Yeah, you have convinced me.
Very interesting play. And Gary's considering not capturing this pawn because he's afraid of this advance.
What happens if he takes first on c4, but then we can recapture with a check? And
And we can even
a6
go
is,
knight to a5, it says. But yeah, queen takes makes a lot of sense. Check on the king, threat here, threat here. I mean, surely you're not going to play this way, right?
no.
This feels kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But it has to be this Gary's considering because I mean otherwise he would have just taken the pawn, right?
Yeah, because if Gary does nothing, Hikaru will just play c5, right?
Yeah, no, nothing moves here, or yeah.
Hmm.
Then the pawns are protecting each other. There's a pawn inside black's half, protected by another pawn, 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. You cannot allow that.
Side question. Emotif in the chat is just saying, can Gary even read his watch? It's so small. I've also been fascinated. I think it's not a watch. I've been giving it some thought as well. Let me know. Let me know what you think, chat. I think maybe watches are not even allowed, but I have tried to see. Yeah, I also think it's a bracelet. A time travel device. Coming back from centuries ago when he invented chess. Hmm.
I don't
No,
know. It looks like a watch to me.
I've also seen watches that size, but sometimes when he flashes it into the camera and I don't see any display or any whatever you call this, you know.
I
Plus,
once
watches might not be allowed at all. Oh shit.
Gary's watches
Mm.
are legendary because he would always have these things where he took the watch off. Oh, we're getting a super zoom.
But we need him to move the arm. But it just doesn't look like a watch. Like a woman's watch, I would believe it, but this does not look like a man's watch to me. Not that I'm some kind of expert, but
I'm sitting here in a woman's fleece, so I can't really. I think
what
this
even is a
modern.
woman's fleece?
I don't know, but apparently the store was pretty adamant that this is a women's wear. Maybe it's the color. I don't know, but I like the color, so I just bought it.
Good on you,
I had to
Hammer.
buy like 3 extra larges, but I think that's part of the women's thing with it.
Yeah, we size a bit smaller. Hmm. Okay.
He did take the
He did.
pawn. That's wild.
And he found the best move here after queen c4, d5. The only move to not be seriously worse.
And now Hikaru can capture the pawn on a6. But if he does that, Gary will target the pawn on b6. And there's no way for Hikaru to actually keep that pawn protected.
But isn't this, slowly simplifying here?
I mean, I hope not. I think there's plenty of interesting chess left to be played, especially when you look at the chess engine. The chess engine was suggesting queen c5, which looked super interesting.
But I mean,
Okay.
after queen a6 and queen b8, black is gonna take on b6 and
Yeah. It would appear that Gary spent his time wisely.
Oh, chat is saying Fabiano is losing. Yeah, Fabiano is in big trouble, which would mean a draw would not be such a terrible result. If Hikaru draws and Fabi loses, they are even.
What's the tiebreaker?
I knew you were gonna ask this. I was crossing my fingers, like, please don't ask it. But I was looking at you on the camera and I knew the question was loading. I don't know the answer, but I think what we're getting at is it can't be good that Hikaru lost the direct encounter against
In
Fabi.
case of a tie for first place in the event, there shall be no playoff. Instead, the following tiebreaks shall be applied to determine the winner. Number one, direct encounter. Number two,
Oh, that's
most
sad.
wins. Number three, Sonnenborn Burger. Number four, performance rating. Number five, flip of a coin.
We got to the flip of a coin real fast suddenly.
Well, I wanted to include that.
I have never actually. I've seen it in the regulations so often, but I've never actually seen it happen.
And there's this soccer cup in Norway for kids, and it happens all the time.
Really?
Yeah,
Like what, they draw the match and okay, coin flip.
yeah, yeah.
Really?
They'd rather
I mean,
do coin flip than penalties.
yeah, which seems a bit weird. Like everyone
Well,
loves
I think they
penalties.
just have a super tight schedule.
Yeah.
And coin flips you can do uh after the fact without interrupting the schedule. I don't know.
When when I was living in Corsica, they would hold huge kids tournaments with like thousands of players, and so there were no clocks. So after a certain amount of time, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, those games that were still going were stopped. And there were so many arbiters, and I was one of them, and we just had to decide the result of the game. Like the general rule of thumb was if they up 3 points or more, they win. If not,
What if someone's been stalling? They weren't
yeah,
smart
I
enough
don't
to do
think the
that.
kids were not,
Yeah.
yeah, they were beginners. But that was quite funny, just walking around. Every arbiter had like, let's say 10 kids under their supervision, 10 or 15, and then yeah, you just decide.
Hikaru is not looking super happy. He played
No.
knight to c5, attacking the rook, but the rook just captured Hikaru's important pawn. And then after the retreat, Hikaru was hoping to get access to this e6 square with his knight. But the queen has come in and taken care of that business. Ooh, and now a
Ooh.
big mistake by Hikaru. He blunders a pawn. And Gary's not going to miss an opportunity like that. Knight to
But Gary is
e4.
shaking his head after
Yeah.
d4.
No, I think Gary's seen it. Knight to e4, pawn to e3 to protect here. And then the knight comes in for an attack against both the queen. But oh no, Hikaru's seen this and he wants to do the counterattack on the rook. But what Hikaru hasn't seen is that after this, the knight actually continues its journey, attacking the rook, then going back to attack the queen, and then capturing a pawn in the middle towards at
I
the end
don't
of that.
think that when you said Gary sees this, I don't think he had seen it just yet anyway. Maybe he will. But I think he was shaking his head in a unhappy way.
Okay, because Hikaru just got a double question mark for that move.
Very harsh.
It's very harsh, but it is a big opportunity for Gary
Yeah.
here.
I don't think he has spotted it yet. You know, he's not usually we chess players when we spot something that we think, oh, this is maybe something. The vast majority, I think you feel a change in, you know, like an increased
Yeah.
focus or grabbing their
But
head.
but Fiona, I have a question. Knight to e4, e3. I was talking about knight c3 to attack the queen and the rook. You can just go knight d2.
Oh, no, that's a lot easier.
Way easier.
So wait, after that, let's go back to knight e4.
You're opening up the attack on the central pawn with your bishop, and you're threatening two different
And
ways for the knight to continue.
if I go rook d1,
Which one?
rook f d1.
Okay, rook fd1. I guess I
Oh
still go
God.
here.
You have said it so mean, whichever rook I was gonna say it.
I was gonna make the same move, yes. But I didn't know that you were gonna walk into a triple fork. Oh, Gary didn't exploit it correctly. He went knight g4. He found the idea, but he needed to have the knight on this square to have some ideas to continue afterwards
That's a big miss, actually.
by both of them.
Yeah.
But Gary did end up getting his knight in a very nice position, though. Hikaru's definitely on the defensive right now because Gary's next move is going to be bring the rook over here and try and
Mhm.
attack this pawn.
Yeah.
Hikaru's trying to play very quickly now just to stress out Gary
I mean,
because
Gary is
he
down
knows
to
he's,
7 minutes. Yeah.
yeah, Hikaru is really disliking his position, but he feels like if I just play quickly, I'll probably survive because he's going to be so stressed about the time.
Mm.
I need to have a small break, Fiona.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, I can see what Hammer is saying. The position is just not fun for Hikaru. He's the one with a weakness. We talked yesterday, if you were here yesterday, about pawn islands. Right now, Hikaru has two pawn islands. The pawn on b4 is what is known as an isolated pawn, while all of Gary's pawns are connected. What does that mean? It means that white has no other pawn which one can protect b4, making it a weakness. But I think what gives us hope is the time situation. I think this game will end peacefully. I'm just checking in with Fabiano. Fabiano is still much worse. Um, I don't know about. I'm not gonna call anything winning or losing any longer after that debacle from the previous game between O'Brien and Robson. Um, Cameron's lethal combination. Hammer and Fiona. Yeah, I'm not sure how lethal that combination would be. Hammer, I was rehashing about the pawn islands, how the pawn on b4 unfortunately has no colleague pawn to defend it, making it an isolated pawn. But I was also saying I think this game will end peacefully.
Yeah, Gary is just, he doesn't have a lot of time.
Yeah.
It's a major factor. Hikaru also being quite a good defender. It feels like there's not enough imbalance to knock Hikaru off his.
What I'm confused by is why Gary hasn't played Rook F to B8 yet. F Rook F to B8, yeah, I think.
Yeah,
Or
I
first.
agree.
Rook.
He's moving the other rook. That was actually the chess engine's top choice.
Yeah, very impressive.
I just didn't mention it because I thought it was such a
Yeah.
weird move. I wanted to attack this pawn, but instead Gary's saying I want to attack the queen.
He's saying, Hammer, put some respect on my name. Rook BB8
He's
found.
got a point. He's got a point. That rook is going to dominate this side of the board.
Mhm. Hikaru is up 10 minutes, but he needs to answer some questions. I mean, how is Hikaru gonna set himself up? Is he just gonna find a passive defensive setup? Was there, because there what, no pawn breaks, there no knight jumps? I mean, what are you gonna do as white?
I mean, the more I look at this, the more catastrophic it kind of seems.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what Hikaru is going to do here. He's in massive trouble.
Can we?
It's such a good move.
Yeah.
He
What?
invested some time in it, but it was worth the investment right there.
Oh my God, Hammer! I was about to run into another fork. I was wondering what
Yeah,
about Rook A1.
I'd already spotted that one.
That knight is such an annoying piece on C4.
If the queen moves back, you just
Mm.
the rook is still coming over here. Well, actually, here you can go knight back, attack the queen. Queen moves, and then knight out on the edge of the board. Just giving up a pawn, but getting rid of that super annoying knight. And then you
Mhm.
just say, this is a draw. It's incredibly sad, but maybe effective. Just going into something down a pawn, but because of the opposite colored bishops and all the pawns being on the same side, it's probably gonna be a draw in the end.
I have to actually say that final position we had on the board there, I liked it better than this position right now.
Yeah,
I feel it's sad, but at least the goal is clear, you know.
yeah. Hikaru is trying to use his bishop to kick the knight. Now Hikaru cannot go to the c2 square because then the knight is going to do another fork. We're getting used to it by this point. So the choice for the queen is either the b3 square or the d1 square. If you go to d1, you allow the rook to come in and give a check on the king.
That doesn't look good.
Oh no, it doesn't look good at all because there's another fork.
Mm. But why doesn't? Oh,
Oh,
but
apparently this is
queen
good for
D2.
white.
Yeah.
But if you go with a bishop, then the fork is good.
Yeah.
Because then it's going to be a check on the king when you capture the rook. Uh yeah, queen b3. I don't like that Hikaru spends so much time on this move. Ooh, this is interesting. Engine says that if rook comes to attack the queen, Hikaru should just sacrifice the queen. Well, this I like a lot. Here, I think
Oh,
Hikaru is close to
yeah.
winning.
What's winning?
Yeah, and no, seriously. Because now Hikaru has control over this open file. He can very easily go forward to target this pawn. And this bishop is terrible because it's being blocked by all the white pawns. This, I think, is actually a really, really good queen sacrifice for Hikaru.
I think Gary's not gonna go rook A3 because he's gonna be worried
Yeah,
about
no,
this.
he cannot do that because he sees that he sees the power of the queen sack.
Yeah.
So rook f8, that makes sense. Rook fb8 makes sense, pointing
And
down
rook
towards the queen.
C8, rook C1 quickly played by Hikaru. Does he want to take the knight?
Oh yes, Hikaru can sacrifice against the most annoying piece. Oh, Hikaru is back in the driver's seat right now. If Hikaru can make this sacrifice, well, be it's not even really a sacrifice because that knight has been a menace.
Yeah.
So getting a knight and a pawn at the same time is nice, and then you also open up. So if rook to a7 here, can it really be a sacrifice when you get your knight into the heart of the position? You open up for the bishop. You got all this
But
nice stuff going on.
we need to be just careful not to blunder the b4 pawn, I
Yeah,
guess.
we need to
But
time
yeah.
it a bit
Yeah.
differently, but the at some
But I'm
point in
with
the
you.
future,
Yeah.
we could get to this e6 square.
What did
And
Gary
to
do? Rook
avoid this, Gary goes rook
a3.
a3.
So is queen takes a move again or not because b4 is hanging?
Yeah, no, I still kind of like this, but it's obviously a lot worse than previously because
Mm.
now Gary's in a position to capture one of the important white pawns. It feels like this could still be something.
I don't know how I feel about this one.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not amazing, is it?
Mm. Okay, if Hikaru doesn't take, then the queen is gonna have to move. It doesn't have that many squares, actually.
No, if you go here, you lose the pawn.
Oh,
Okay, maybe you don't lose the pawn. The queen can attack both the rook and the knight.
this
That's
game, I
pretty
mean,
nice.
you know, someone around 10 or 15 minutes ago, just before Hikaru made that d4 blunder, somebody in the chat was saying this game is too complicated. And I was this close to saying, no, that's not the problem. The problem is that the position is too simplified. No.
Oh, Hikaru sacked the queen. This is
Oh
exciting.
my God.
So even when Gary gets the pawn, he felt like the activity of the pieces is
Wow.
enough. Well, surely Gary's gonna have to take the
Yeah.
pawn.
Okay, he has taken.
And then rook comes forward with a check. You have to move the king. Now, I guess activating the bishop makes a lot of sense.
Hikaru is kind of smiling almost. He has a little wry, or he had a little wry smile. I think, you know, the psychology between these two is so interesting, and Hikaru addressed this himself as well. What did he say? Something along the lines of that sometimes he has a bit too much respect for
Yeah,
Gary when they play. Was that what he?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder what happens if rook takes on d4. Because if pawn takes back, the bishop comes in, attacking both the king and the knight, and then black just has some massive pawns. But it turns out if the rook sacrifices itself, the knight can escape, attack the queen, and then when the queen counterattacks the knight actually can continue forward with a winning position.
Wait, how did we get there? So bishop e2?
Well, any move really, but
Yeah.
bishop e2 was the one the engine suggested.
So were you saying Gary shouldn't take on d4?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes he can also sacrifice with the
Yeah.
bishop because this bishop is really that worthwhile anyway.
As Steen is saying, your cold has increased your riz even further, Hammer.
Okay. So now I have to have a cold continuously for the rest of my life. That's rough.
Basically. Um, okay, Hikaru is spending time here, which makes a lot of sense. Why not bishop b2 actually? Because okay.
Yeah, no, he played it. It's a nice move. I like it. I mean, if Hikaru can just capture this pawn on c6, he's gonna be close to winning, I think. He can
I am
move his knight
starting
back and then start attacking this.
I am starting to feel a lot more optimistic about Hikaru's chances as well. I think time is gonna become a very serious
This
problem
is
for
this is
Gary.
not Hikaru trying to sacrifice his queen to create a fortress. Hikaru is playing to win.
Mm,
This is important to realize. Even though Gary has a queen and a pawn and trade for a bishop and a rook, this is not some kind of defensive formation for Hikaru.
mm.
He has a legitimate chances to go for the win.
I mean, what is even is the material? So Hikaru has a rook and a knight.
Literally just said it, but I got it
Oh,
wrong.
sorry.
So I see why you were confused.
Sorry, I was in my own world for a second. Is that what the colors were for?
Yeah. Oh my God, a blunder from Hikaru. So Hikaru does go after the c6 pawn, like I just said. But the problem is now Gary can do the rook sacrifice that we talked about earlier. And after rook takes pawn, now if the knight moves to attack the queen, the difference here is that the square on d8 is not protected, so the knight is not able to continue forward to attack the king. This is very, very risky business if Gary finds it
Yeah, if
in him
Gary
to make
finds
the
rook d,
sacrifice.
I mean, if he finds rook d4, I don't know how Hikaru's gonna
Well, obviously
survive.
he sees the move, but then he's thinking, why did Hikaru allow this? And has he seen something I haven't?
1 minute 50 for Gary. This is a crucial moment in this game. If Gary plays rook d4, we're in huge, huge, huge. I mean, we're objectively speaking lost. Anything else, the battle goes on.
How is Fabi doing now? If Gary wins this, he's in contention for first.
Fabi is completely lost. Well, not completely, but -3.
And he makes the rook sacrifice and gets a double exclam. Put some respect on that old man. He still knows how the pieces work.
But he's shaking his head after making the move and looking up, glancing at Hikaru to see a reaction.
Yeah, no, the double glance.
Yeah.
No, he knows Hikaru blundered and he wants to see Hikaru suffer for that.
I mean, Gary,
He has one
we've,
minute 30 seconds remaining. It's not a lot of time. Hikaru could still save this.
but how do you save it? What move do you make? Because this
I
line we
guess I
saw
guess you
was
start
just,
with this move.
Queen
Then you
c7.
take the rook,
Okay,
move the
take.
king, you take the pawn. Something like this.
Mm-hmm.
Two pawns and a queen versus two rooks.
This
In
d pawn
theory,
is
it's not the
looking.
end of the world, but
I'm very worried about an idea like bishop e3 and push the pawn to d4 and even this king position. I mean, my queen is always
yeah,
gonna
no,
threaten to come
yeah, I'm
in.
so scared of this queen now
Yeah,
that you mention it.
yeah. Because the queen and then it goes to e4 maybe at some point, or if it can, yeah, no, this is not gonna end well.
I'm not feeling good about this king. Wow, this could be the second day in a row where Hikaru wins two games, great games to start out the day,
Yeah,
and loses the second one. I mean, you can't say he's having a bad days, right?
no.
Because he's having good days. It's just that they feel so much worse because of how he achieves the points he got.
Mm,
He has as many points now as he had in the entire tournament last year.
mm.
So he's doing well. It's just that when he keeps losing that final game before the for the day, it really it yeah it affects you a little bit.
Do you think he would say the same thing as he said yesterday? I could have just made a draw, but do you think the problem was the same one, that he was trying too hard to create something here?
Yeah, to a certain extent. Yeah, I
Mm,
think he really wanted to beat Gary. He spoke about this yesterday also,
mm,
how that he's often let Gary off the hook.
mm,
I think he wanted the win against his former mentor.
yeah. Okay, so now things have. The problem is as well, Gary is very low on the clock, but the position has now become a little bit easier, I would say, for him to play.
Well, it's not
No?
super easy still, right? Because anytime this bishop
Mm,
moves, Rook is going to capture. And Hikaru was clever about hiding his king before he allowed the black queen into the game.
Mhm.
I think he's putting up a very tricky practical fight here. And if Gary wants to advance his pawn through the center, then that would open up for the bishop so that
Yeah,
yeah.
no, you're actually right. The more I look at this, the more I feel how does black untangle? Black has this
Well,
material
here
edge,
Gary's
but
trying to advance his pawns, but we're gonna go h4 to prevent this, maybe. Rook
I'm shocked that
a5.
Hikaru removed the rook from a6.
Did we not like this?
Are they gonna repeat? What do you think?
It looks like it. Oh, they're making a draw.
Wow.
Wow.
I did not see that result coming. And certainly not so quickly. Okay, what a save. I mean, we have to
Yeah,
be
no, that was a great
very
save,
happy
but
about
it
this
also
one.
showcases Hikaru's strategy of getting Gary low on time.
Yeah.
Gary is terrified being low on time against
Mm,
Hikaru. So even though he probably felt he had the better position at the
mm,
end there, he wasn't willing to take any
yeah.
risks.
Let's head over to Fabiano, who is still losing against Sam Sevian. And if that result is, well, not confirmed, but if that happens, they will be tied at the top, Hikaru and Fabiano. Fabiano, by the
Fabi,
way, hasn't played Gary yet. He's playing Gary tomorrow.
that's exciting.
Yeah.
Fabiano is down a knight in exchange for 2 pawns. He's trying to get some checks on the king. And then the question is whether the king can escape. Right now, it doesn't look like Sevian can move his knight out of the way to open up for the queen. Looks kind of tempting to me. Engine much prefers just moving the king, though. Oh, wow. Here, Fabi doesn't have a single check. Oh, after king f7, there are no more checks on the king.
And then is that just game over?
Oh, it's getting there at least. I suppose you go pawn to f5,
Mm.
and then maybe rook takes pawn.
What did Sam do?
Sam
Knight
moved the
f6.
knight.
I am shocked by that move.
Yeah. I mean, that was my first instinct as well. But when you realize there's no more checks if you move the king, and also he made it while having still 3 minutes remaining. So he can't really claim that the time trouble got to him.
He must have missed something here because the fact that he is now pausing after queen takes e3. I mean, he just lost almost all his advantage in this one move. Could this be what he missed?
Maybe he missed this queen c5 move.
And after queen c5, what happens if I go to g4? Do I get mated or?
Apparently, this king is on a bit of an adventure, but it's being
Yeah.
caught
I think
together
you're
with the queen.
exactly right that it's queen c5 that was missed.
Okay, we're gonna test it out now because they're following this analysis we did.
This could be a miracle escape for Fabiano in this game.
And if Fabiano saves this, he will retain his half-point lead
Yeah.
on Hikaru.
Yeah, knight f6, just at that moment where we tuned in, such a big miss. I think in Sam's defense, it's easy to miss this queen c5 down the line. But
Yeah.
what I don't understand is king f7, there are just no more checks. Of course, you still have to prove, to show the win, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm in total agreement. Chad is pointing out that tomorrow is going to be the easiest day that Hikaru has. And I definitely agree with that.
So Hikaru
Hikaru's had
tomorrow.
a tough day one, a super tough day one, a tough day two, but he's gotten through them very well.
Mm-hmm.
And now Oparin
Robson and
and
Shankland.
Robson in particular are the two of the guys in the
I mean,
last
they're
place right
in
now.
the two. Yeah, exactly. The fact that Sam must be in shock right now. I think he's seeing.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, welcome,
Hey.
Hikaru. Can you hear us?
I can't hear you. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Testing. 1 2 1 2.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh,
Can
hello.
you hear us?
You're gonna
Hello?
have to do the talking.
Yeah, sure. Hello? Hello, hello.
Hello?
Okay, win. Hello?
Yeah. How's it going? Yeah,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Welcome, Hikaru. Before I ask you anything about your day, but congrats, I think 2.5 out of 3, a great result. Maybe let's look at the final moments of this Fabi game.
Sure, I guess we can. Yeah, I didn't see what happened in the game. Oh, Fabian is gonna somehow draw now. What the heck?
I think it's exactly this move, Queen c5, that
No, but he
Sam
was
probably missed.
he was completely winning, wasn't he?
Yeah, but if we go back to the moment where Sam played knight f6, what
Yes.
we think is that he missed this Queen c5 check.
But wait, why doesn't King f7 just win?
It does.
What, he's worried about f5? I mean, what? Huh? Okay, I'm confused.
Yeah, so were we.
No, I mean, what is knight f? I mean, what he thought he must have thought that he had a forced checkmate or something.
We think that he
But I mean,
missed.
but this is still winning, right? I mean, this should be winning. Wait, go back. No, but what is this? But it's actually, what do you do? What do you do here? Because knight g. Okay, it's already hard probably. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what on earth is knight f6? Like king f7 is completely winning. Yeah, bizarre. How bizarre. Anyway, fair enough. Whatever, that's life.
And the game is gonna end now.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your day. 2.5 out of 3. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good. I mean, both days, the last game has been a bit of an adventure. I mean, yesterday, of course, as I mentioned, against Fabiano, I just went completely insane with this whole bishop c4, bishop a6 nonsense. And today against Gary, I mean, it was kind of similar. I went insane again. But the problem is, I think basically I can blame the person I was looking at this with for the mistake that I made. Because I think a5 is just this whole a4, a5 is probably very dubious. But Sam Shankland, who I was looking at this position with before the game, he thought that it was good for white, so I trusted
We were
him.
watching the whole analysis between you two.
Yeah. No, but apparently there's some bishop a7 that's winning or something, right? It's winning or something. Or is it? I thought bishop. There's somewhere where bishop a takes a. Is a4 a blunder? Am I supposed to take on a7 or something? I don't know. I was told that there's some bishop takes a7 that was winning for me, but okay, whatever. Like,
I don't think we saw anything that was winning.
Okay.
Maybe a4 wasn't the best, but it got Gary to think though. We thought it was funny, Gary's reaction when you played before, and surely you noticed it too.
Yeah, I mean, Gary, he's never been one to hide his emotions. And I think the position stay, I mean, actually, I shouldn't say position stay, but in general, having analyzed him before most of the games, like there's some positions where he feels like it's just much worse for one side. And if he's on that worst side, then he kind of, you can see it right away. And so, yeah, I think he didn't like his position here, but I don't think it was really all that bad for Black. I mean, and then of course the middle game was, I mean, like I said, this whole A4 A5 was complete nonsense. I'll blame Shanklin for that. It's all his fault. But still, I mean, I think at some point, oh, and Sam won his game. That's actually pretty funny. But I think basically, you know, at some point I was in trouble. And I just made this horrible blunder with D4. But Gary and I both missed, I think, a very basic tactic. Which is that after D4, I mean, we both just missed after knight E4, E3, there's knight D2. I think we both saw knight C3, queen A7, and then white's actually completely fine. But we
Actually,
both missed knight D2.
even here, white isn't completely fine, like the line goes on.
Oh, because you have knight D2, knight C4. Ah, you've knight 2, knight 4 and the whole chain. Ah, okay. So we both saw quite a bit. Okay. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I basically I would say that I kind of like the way I played was just not very good. I mean, against Gary, I would say I've just never really played well against him because I have way too much respect. But that's how it goes. So but then later, you know, I decided to sack the queen which was also completely unnecessary. But I actually thought I couldn't lose here. But beyond thinking that I couldn't lose here, I just thought, you know, how often will you get a chance to sack a queen against like Gary or against Magnus?
Were you thinking of the content?
I mean, of course I was. Obviously, like I was trying to figure out, like I knew queen b1 was okay. I thought either queen b1 or queen a3, but I didn't think I could lose after queen a3. So I still thought, who cares? Just sack the queen, have some fun. I mean, maybe it'll make a good recap, and that's that. But yeah, I mean, I just thought that I couldn't lose this position, and probably I can't. But I think it's actually tricky because I thought I could go knight d3 instead of bishop e2. If you go back one move, I thought I could play knight 3, but then I thought he has rook c4, and it's actually kind of really tricky here. I missed this rook c4 move, and then I think I'm in some serious danger of losing. So it's just basically I thought knight d3, you'd have to go like rook b6 or something. It'd be a very boring draw with no risk for me. But then I realized he has rook c4, so I played this bishop e2 to stop it. And then he played what, bishop f6, which I thought was good. And then I played what did I play? I played something ridiculous here. Did I go rook c2? Or I played rook a6, which is just absolutely complete nonsense. Like, yeah, I mean, what's the computer wants? What, rook ca1? Rook ca1. I didn't even consider rook ca1. Wow, rook d4, knight b7. I guess white's okay. Okay, rook ca1 is insane. Queen d7. Oh, a knight c5, queen c7, rook f8. Okay, yeah, typical computer garbage. Okay, typical nonsense. Yeah, so I mean, but I think I still could have avoided letting him sack on d4, but then I didn't do it, and I actually thought that at the end I was in some danger, perhaps. I wasn't sure how bad it was objectively, but I thought I was in some danger here, and apparently I'm losing after what, queen b4. Oh wait, what, queen b4, rook c6? Huh? King h3? Rook g6? What? Oh, and there's going to be a mate on g4 h5 here. And what, queen e2, and there's some mate. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Fair enough.
What
yeah,
was
I mean,
your
obviously, neither of us
Is
saw it.
this fair enough? Wait.
No, you're just losing.
Oh yeah, you're threatening queen h5 check.
Yeah, both.
Yeah,
both
no,
mates.
I was thinking pawn to h5 when you said h5.
What was your and Gary's assessment when you repeated moves? What were you thinking?
I mean, I think, you know, it's difficult because I think for Gary, like, he has a different goal in mind, which his goal, I think, mostly is to prove that he belongs. I mean, I think mostly for him, it's just to prove to himself that he can compete against the players. So I don't think he's actually expecting to win a lot of games. And so therefore, if you're not expecting it, you're kind of not going to be looking for more. And I think for him, he's pretty satisfied if he can prove that he can hold his own. And so I think that's probably why he didn't play on, because he just didn't he didn't think he could win. And I mean, I don't blame him. If you don't see his queen e2, there's no way you can give up c6 and then g6 and think you're fine. But
did you think you were losing?
I mean, I thought I was in trouble. I didn't see the win. I had this feeling that it was problematic, but I also expected Gary to make the draw, to be honest. So I wasn't too surprised.
I have one more question just to satisfy my curiosity. Do you know who Gary was looking at this position with? Because
I
we
don't
thought
know.
it was weird when you played before that he was so surprised, but it literally happened on in every game. So
Who was he looking at it with?
I don't know. That's why I was curious.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, I was surprised too because every game had F4,
Yeah.
F5, B4. I think every game had that, right?
Yeah, every single one. So I was thinking, how could it catch Gary by surprise? He also must have someone.
And this is bad. This is a bad move, isn't it? Be or not? Is it good or not good? I'm curious now.
I thought it was very cool, but I also thought your A5 move was excellent. So what do I know?
I mean, A5 looked cool when I was looking at Shanklin before the game, but like I said, I mean, I at least you know I know that if I do something wrong, unlike in normal chess, I can just blame someone else for it. So that's the best. That's the best. That's if you can blame someone else for your loss in chess.
Your suggestion, right?
No, it was Sam Shanklin's idea. He thought the knight on A8 is bad. So like you know, the problem with playing chess is you can't blame anyone when you mess up. But at least in this case, you know, if I do something wrong, I can just blame. I can just blame Shanklin.
According to the engine, you were completely winning after 6 moves.
After what? Keep going.
So
I'm winning. I'm winning here with what? With what?
E4 is winning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
I'm just relaying the engine's opinions.
I mean, I would say, however, this is an interesting question.
I think we lost Hikaru there.
That's very unfortunate. It's not the greatest scene for it.
Mid-sentence. Wait, is the stream? No, the stream is still here. I think we only lost Hikaru, right? We're still here.
We're effing Hikaru. Fiona, you're gonna have to do the end of this.
No problem.
Well, what's going on? I'm confused. Did my internet die for a second?
Yeah, you were gone.
Okay, yeah. So no, I was just gonna say, like, it brings up the interesting question comparing, say, the classical games of Fischer Random versus, say, the fast rapid that's being played. So, for example, in Germany, they have this like classical tournament, and here it's fast rapid. And this highlights, you know, one of the big differences, I think, which is that a lot of the intuition and the moves that people play in the fast or rapid format, I think, is going to be quite different versus classical Fischer Random. So, yeah, this is a move that, yeah, if it's a slow game, I can find it. But honestly, you don't want to spend 10 or 15 minutes because you look at some line and then you decide it's not good. You've already messed up everything because you can't just blitz out moves when you're playing Fischer Random. So, yeah, it's very it's very tricky. Like, I actually had a feeling I was better here, but I just couldn't work it out. So, and again, G3 is based off, you know, looking at with Shanklin, I thought keep it simple, go for bishop G2, and you should be very happy. But E4, yeah. I mean, again, if I think for 10 minutes here or someone tells me it's winning, then I probably can find it. But without knowing that it's winning, you know, without having that engine to help me out, it's not going to happen in the game.
I have one more question about the analysis, pre-game analysis and preparation. In the previous round, in round 5, we watched you analyze with Gary. And then when your game started, you looked over and you looked so surprised. Was that because Gary played 1F4, which you guys hadn't really looked at as far as we could tell?
I think we concluded that basically the Dutch structure was bad. I think we concluded Dutch structure was bad. But I think F4, F5 we were just unhappy. I think we were just or E6 and yeah, actually no, F4, E6, F4, E6, E4, and D5 and black's fine, I think. But you know, Gary's playing Sam, and Sam I think misevaluated this position, whereas I actually got something very similar to this in my game against Dominguez. So I would just say that I think overall, you know, overall it was just a matter of taste. And I think the other thing is, since we have so little time to look, you kind of, in some positions, you don't actually know what you're supposed to do. So you have to kind of just pick something. And Gary played F4, and I think he won a very nice game against Sam in that 5th round. So yeah, kudos to Gary for that one.
What was your favorite game of the day?
I mean, obviously, my favorite game was the win against Dominguez, where I basically got to play King's Indian on the Queen's side. I mean, it was a pretty typical King's Indian attack, except the Kings were on sort of King side and Queen side versus regular King side, but same kind of pawn structure. So I really liked that game a lot. I mean, I think that for the most part, I controlled myself today in you know, for the most part. Obviously, last game could have gone either way. I mean, I very easily could have won it. I also very easily could have lost against Gary. So I'm pretty happy, though. I mean, I think I've played pretty good chess. And, at the end of the day, important to know, I mean, this is a fun tournament after all, and it's more, I think, about trying to play well and enjoy it than worrying about like trying to win the event or anything along those lines. So for me, I'm just happy that I'm here. I'm happy that I'm playing well, because honest official random events that I played in St. Louis, I lose a game early and I just become kind of disinterested. I'm all over the place playing random nonsense. So it's good to at least be in the be in the hunt for first place.
Absolutely. And tomorrow, I mean, chat was saying on paper is your easiest day. I think no disrespect, of course, to your opponents, but
yeah, I mean, but again, like I said, I think the moment you start thinking about winning, or you start letting these things get into your mind, that's thinking about success is the first step to failing miserably. So for me, I just want to try and play good chess. Try and play normal chess, not do anything too stupid along the way, not get too creative, and then good things will happen. But again, it's mostly just trying to play well, and remembering that even if the pieces start on the wrong squares, it is very similar to regular chess at the end of the day.
I'm seeing in the chat that Oparin is still playing. I thought everything was done. Maybe we can just quickly pull it up.
Sure.
What were you guys all getting up to during the Oparin Robson endgame?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, everybody started making a bunch of noise in the back room because, is Wesley losing? Ooh, Wesley's gonna lose. Ouch, 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 ouch. Because Oparin was winning, and then he spent like 20 moves not winning the end game. Finally got the knight and the queen on the right square. Then, of course, it was completely won. He went to this queen and pawn end game, which is known to be theoretically drawn. So it was mostly just that we lost like 30 minutes of our life. Maybe not actually 30 minutes, but at least 10 or 15 minutes. Because the game didn't end when it should have.
It was definitely closer to 30.
Well, as they say, it's all about content. I mean, it's Fisher random. If you mess up at one position in this event, who really cares? It doesn't matter that much.
What is your plan for the evening?
Yeah, I mean, no real plans, I would say. I mean, I just kind of want to chill, relax, do my recap. Luckily, Levy had a very, very boring short game today, so that means I only need to do one recap instead of having to do two, which is always a good thing. So just relax mostly, get ready for tomorrow, and then I don't know, figure out something. I mean, there's game 4 tonight. I forgot. There's baseball. So of course, time for the Dodgers to sweep the Yankees, and I'll probably watch that. And that's my plan.
Are you not from New York?
I grew up in New York, but I think what I would say about sports, and this isn't so much about where you're from, but I generally follow players more than like teams. And I would say in the early 2000s, a lot of people that I was a big fan of on the Yankees, they got traded away or they retired. And aside from that, I mean, I haven't really lived in New York in a very, very long time. I don't need to speak negatively about New York, but I would say that I try to not spend a lot of time there. I think people work way too much. The pace is way too fast. People don't know how to enjoy life. So I've become a West Coast guy. I've spent a lot of time in LA. I think I went to a Dodgers game only like maybe a month ago or so. So at this point, I mean, I'm all about the West Coast. Like I'm not an East Coast guy anymore. And yeah.
I think we might have. No, you're still here. Good.
No, you guys didn't lose me. That's for sure.
We lost you for 1 second, but you are back. I think with all the games now done, unless there's anything you want to add, we're gonna let you go because poor Hammer does not.
No. I mean, I think just to add one more point, though, I think at the end of the day, jokes aside, I think it's much healthier in life to have the approach that people on the West Coast of the United States have than on the East Coast, being very chill, very laid back. I think a lot of times when I play chess these days, I just don't really stress or worry that much. I just try to have fun and enjoy it. And that's very much the vibe of the West Coast of the United States, specifically like California versus say like, New York, New Jersey, this, where everyone's completely insane and it's all about winning and success and blah, blah, blah. So, so at this point, yeah, I mean, I think it also helps a lot with my chess that I've become very, very, very mellowed out for the most part. Obviously, I'm still competitive, but very mellowed out. Try to enjoy life. Don't worry. You blunder. That's life. Not a big deal. Just move forward and just have a good time.
Okay, one final question for me. Chat is very curious. What Gary was wearing, is it a watch or a bracelet? Do you know?
I actually didn't even notice. Maybe I'll ask Gary tomorrow. I think, it probably wasn't a watch because I don't think you're allowed to wear a watch. But I mean, I don't know. I don't care. Of course, Gary is very famous. I remember when I was a little kid, just watching all those old VHS tapes. You know, Gary sitting down at the board and then taking off his watch and all that stuff. So I assume it wasn't a watch, but maybe it was. Regardless, yeah, I don't think it hurt or helped his play at any rate. So yeah. He took it off and started playing good moves according to somebody. So yeah, you never know. You never know. Actually, I guess he did take it off as well. Like I wasn't really paying attention, honestly. But you know, I think all the jokes aside, it's really great to see someone like Gary playing. You know, I think for all of us who are here, it's probably the biggest highlight, honestly, because at the end of the day, it's great to play against the people who are from like a different generation, who are the GOATs of all time. And I mean, I think I even said this when I did this slide interview for St. Louis, but you know, having the opportunity to play against Gary or play against Anatoly Karpov, some of the greats of the game, Vishy Anand, of course. Never got to play Fischer or Spassky, but having played against some of the greats, it's really just a pleasure. Even if he's not at his peak, he's still very competitive, and it's just a lot of fun.
Hikaru, thank you so much for your time. Congrats on a great day. Best of luck for tomorrow. And I think we are done here, so I'm going to let you send us out.
Absolutely. So yeah, hope you guys enjoy the show. And we'll be back tomorrow with coverage of the final day of the Fischer Random. And I won't be streaming ahead of the game, but hope you guys enjoyed the show today, and see you soon. Have a good one. Bye. We off?